so that we can begin the program on time.
Eins, zwei, eins, zwei, eins, zwei, eins.
and gentlemen, please take your seats now. The program is about to begin.
gentlemen, please welcome the chairman of the Munich Security Conference, Ambassador Wolfgang Ischinger.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends of the Munich Security Conference. This is perhaps, I think, the single most important conference during my 14 years as chairman. We have seen our fair share of crises over this last decade or decade and a half, from the economic crisis to the sudden eruption in the Arab Spring, the violent conflicts in Syria and Libya, and then on to the illegal annexation of Crimea, the conflict in Donbass, and so on and so forth. We've seen turbulent times in the transatlantic relationship, and most recently and currently we are witnessing a threatening military buildup in the western part of Russia against Ukraine. Looking back, I sense that the crises we're dealing with have become and are continuing to become more intense and more numerous. And all sorts of issues have become security issues. 20 years ago, it was a pretty straightforward decision that the Security Conference dealt with classic military political security issues. Now, we've had, and I'm glad we did that, we've had to broaden our portfolio. We've started to discuss years ago global health, the impact of climate change, becoming more important every year, the vulnerabilities that come with energy dependence, and so many more additional issues in the context of international security. The past year was not only shaped by the seemingly endless COVID-19 pandemic, we also witnessed severe floods, droughts, wildfires, underlining the threat posed by unstopped climate change. We watched an unfortunately rather chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan, and many among you, many among us, are worrying deeply about humanitarian emergencies, about 80 million or so displaced persons, refugees in many parts of the world. These crises of the past few years feel like a rising tide of mutually reinforcing crises. As data from our recently published Munich Security Report, just a few days ago we published it, many feel helpless in the face of global events, and many don't believe that their political leaders can actually have a grip on the challenges facing us. The danger which this report identifies is that this feeling of helplessness is becoming a kind of self-fulfilling prophecy. This leads us to give up, even though we actually have all the tools and resources to address such dramatic challenges as the pandemic, as climate change, or as great power confrontations. We must not allow this to happen to us. These problems, as they say, are man-made, and if they are man-made, they can be resolved by men. And that is why we call on everyone here to collectively, quote unquote, unlearn helplessness, overcome helplessness. And this is also the reason why I believe it is so important to have this in-person Munich Security Conference this year. We cannot just postpone world politics. Security challenges don't do social distancing. I'm therefore more than happy to say that we finally managed to get all of you here again. Many of you have come here for many years, even if this setting is far from normal. I am extremely sorry, especially because this is my last year in the chair, that we could only invite about 1/3 of the normal number of participants. We had to cut down on side events, on extra meetings. There are no gala dinners or other social events. This is a business event required by pandemic regulations. Some countries are not even represented this year for various reasons, but some, of course, because of insufficient vaccination requirements. I offer a particularly warm welcome to our Ukrainian guests, particularly to President Zelensky himself. As well as to our Russian guests. I am very sorry to see that the Russian government decided not to make use of the opportunity to explain the Russian position in this hall today or tomorrow. But let me reiterate that as far as the Munich Security Conference is concerned, our door, of course, remains open. We've always tried to make sure that all relevant points of view can be expressed, and actually should be expressed, at the Munich Security Conference. I'm proud to say that even under these extremely difficult pandemic circumstances, we have once again a stellar lineup of speakers. And we, of course, have a lot on the plate. This year's conference is, I repeat, a business conference. Chancellor Scholz, when he was in Moscow a few days ago, said it's our verdammte Pflicht, it's our damn duty to work for the prevention of major war. Well, let's get to work then. My young team, my wonderful team, has done everything in our collective power to provide you with the best possible conference services under these difficult and dynamic circumstances. But the strict regulations we are complying with also mean that we could not rely on our usual routines. These strict regulations are there to protect you and you against the virus. So please make yourself familiar with these unfamiliar rules. They apply to everyone, even to heads of state or to foreign ministers. You need to register for events if you want to go to one of the other side events or halls. One aspect I want to point out in particular is that we have a very limited number of places in each of the sessions. It is therefore my request, my polite request to all of you to register, not to register for sessions which you do not intend to attend, because then you make a seat available to somebody else. Let's make the most of the limited places that we can offer. Finally, I want to use this opportunity to thank my really wonderful team, led for a decade or more now by Benedikt Franke. It has grown from less than a handful of people in 2008 to a professional staff of now about 80, mostly still very young men and women. They now organize more than a dozen events each year, write reports, and try to offer contributions to a more informed national and international debate on security policy. They even made new exciting formats possible, such as town hall meetings and so-called conversations, which some of you will experience going forward today, tomorrow, and Sunday. I'm proud of this team, and I'm particularly proud of this team because, as I just said, this is the last time I'm chairing this event. My friend and colleague, Christoph Heusgen, longtime National Security Advisor to Chancellor Merkel, and more recently our Perm Rep to the United Nations, will take over starting this weekend. So you have a lot of work ahead for yourself. Christoph, please get up and say hello. both Christoph Heusgen and my vice chair, Ambassador Boris Ruge, will help me and help others moderate some of the sessions over the next 2.5 days. I would also like to thank all those who make this conference possible in terms of the logistics and the infrastructure. We are again in this wonderful hall of the Bayerische Hof, which reminds me also to thank the federal government, the Free State of Bavaria, and the city of Munich for their perfect cooperation in setting all of this up. And I just want to briefly mention at least one or two of our logistical partners, among them Ecoloc for the testing, among them BMW for the driving people around, and for our host broadcaster, Bayerischer Rundfunk, who will make sure that people around the world can follow these proceedings. A very warm welcome to all of you again. I hope that we're going to have a weekend of thought-provoking discussions, and it would be my best end for these 14 years if I could think in a few months that out of Munich came some good ideas that would help to de-escalate what we regard currently as a really threatening international crisis. Thank you very much. And now we're going to have our opening session. You know, I started my professional career as a very junior officer on the 38th floor of the UN building in New York. That was a long time ago. So I know a little bit what I'm talking about when I say that the UN is still the centerpiece and should continue to be the centerpiece of the international system. And it is of enormous importance for us if we think about how best to promote global solutions and to meet global challenges. It gives me enormous pleasure, and I have this wonderful privilege to welcome the Secretary General of the United Nations, António Guterres, back to Munich. Dear Mr. Secretary General, dear Antonio, I'm very pleased that you agreed to share your perspectives on how the international community can possibly turn the tide. After your presentation, we will have, I hope, time for a few questions, for a brief discussion. The stage is yours, Mr. Secretary General.
Ambassador Ischinger, before I start, let me express in this last your conference, let me express my enormous gratitude and appreciation for what has been a remarkable contribution for international dialogue for peace and security. And dear Christoph, I hope you'll invite me next year. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to be back in Munich for the first time in 3 years. And unfortunately, the world has grown even more complex and dangerous during that time. I see 5 major reasons. First, geopolitical divides have continued to grow and deepen. These divides often paralyze the Security Council and create an environment of impunity in which state and non-state actors believe they can do whatever they want. I'm often asked whether we are in a new Cold War. My answer is that the threat to global security now is more complex and probably higher than at that time. During much of the Cold War, there were mechanisms that enabled the protagonists to calculate risks and use back channels to prevent crises. Today, many of those systems no longer exist, and most of the people trained to use them are no longer here with us. So miscommunication and miscalculation can make a minor incident between powers escalate out of control, causing incalculable harm. With the concentration of Russian forces around Ukraine, I am deeply concerned about heightened tensions and increased speculation about a military conflict in Europe. I still think it will not happen, but if it did, it would be catastrophic. There is no alternative to diplomacy. All issues, including the most intractable, must be addressed through diplomatic frameworks. And it is high time to seriously de-escalate. The United Nations Charter, a fundamental pillar of international law, clearly says, and I quote, "All members shall settle their international disputes by peaceful means in such a manner that international peace and security and justice are not endangered. All members shall refrain in their international relations from the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state or in any other manner inconsistent with the purposes of the United Nations." The Charter is clear. And I also urge all parties to be extremely careful with their rhetoric. Public statements should aim to reduce tensions, not to inflate them. And the United Nations system remain fully operational in the Ukraine, including our humanitarian work in the Donetsk and Luhansk regions. And I would like to express my gratitude to the cooperation we have with the Ukrainian government in this regard. Excellencies, geopolitical divides are rarely solved, but they can and must be managed. And the new agenda for peace, proposed in my recent Our Common Agenda report, should advance efforts towards more effective collective security responses. Respect for international law, trust building and dialogue are paramount. Second, crises are proliferating. Conflicts are increasingly internationalized with the involvement of regional and global powers. In Yemen and Libya, regional rivalries are firmly embedded in the civil wars. And at the same time, crises are more fragmented. Multiple actors operate in loose and rapidly shifting coalitions with different agendas. A widespread failure by states to deliver essential services and respond to the aspirations of their people is also giving rise to tensions and social unrest. Coups used to happen once every couple of years. In 2022, it's once every couple of weeks. And these developments are both a symptom and the cause of the increased unpredictability and fragility of the global landscape. Third, the threat of global terror looms over the world. In Syria, Daesh is using children as human shields. Al-Qaeda and its affiliates are regaining great power to cause harm. The risks of terrorists spill over out of Afghanistan, as well as the alarming spread of terrorism in some African countries, show how adept terrorists are at exploiting power vacuums and subverting fragile states. In the African context, we need robust African peace enforcement and counter-terrorist operations mandated by the UN Security Council under Chapter 7 of the Charter and with stable and predictable funding. The present situation is unsustainable. Extremism and terrorism flourishes where there is poverty, hunger, inequality and injustice. And the Sustainable Development Goals remain our greatest prevention tool. Excellencies, fourth, these factors are exacerbated by non-traditional security threats, primarily increased inequality, the climate crisis and the COVID-19 pandemic. Discrimination, exclusion, and economic and social and cultural inequalities are exacting a devastating toll and creating an acute risk of violence and conflict. The COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted the inadequacy and moral bankruptcy of our global financial system, which has increased the systemic inequality between North and South. Many countries in the global south have suffered devastating economic losses during the pandemic, and many of them still need vaccines. Governments face debt default and financial ruin, while their people face poverty, unemployment, hunger, and despair. Meanwhile, the climate crisis is out of control, causing increased devastation that will lead to record levels of forced displacement. And this could further destabilize entire regions. I urge all countries to step up support for global solutions to these non-traditional security threats, including the full implementation of the Paris Agreement on climate change to keep 1.5 degrees alive, and it risks to be dying very soon. The World Health Organization global vaccination strategy and urgent reforms to the global financial system to enable developing countries to access the resources needed to support their people. Excellencies, fifth and finally, digital technology is creating ever more dangerous ways for groups of people to harm each other, from cyber attacks to artificial intelligence-assisted weapons. Many wars are hybrid, fought both on the battlefield and online. Digital communications enable propaganda and conspiracy theories to spread like wildfires. Hate speech and racism add fuel to the flames. The proposed global digital compact that I presented aims to find collective solutions that enable the safe development of digital technology and bring its benefits to all. And I've also called for a global code of conduct that promotes integrity in public information. Large-scale disinformation that undermines scientifically established facts is a massive security risk. We urgently need better global governance, and this is a key objective of the UN Summit of the Future next year. Excellencies, all these threats put human rights and democracy at serious risk. We need a surge in diplomacy for peace, a surge in political will for peace, and a surge in investment for peace. And I count on your leadership to make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Is it on? Thank you so much, Mr. Secretary General, for this presentation, starting our 2.5 days of discussing global challenges. As I tried to say earlier, and as you repeated more forcefully, we are witnessing more conflicts, more human suffering, more refugees, more global challenges. What needs to happen, if I can put it that way, what needs to happen from your point of view as the executive head of the United Nations, what needs to happen for the UN to regain the power to handle these crises more efficiently? Is it a matter of the great powers, or is it a matter of lack of unity or discord in the Security Council, or where's the problem?
I think we have many problems at the same time. And obviously, a key aggravator in recent times has been the fact that the main powers are totally at odds with each other. Now, it's clear that there are serious divisions in relation to political systems, divisions in relation to human rights, divisions in relation to even a cultural approach to today's world. But what is lacking is the capacity to, of course, have the confrontations that are needed where that divisions exist, but at the same time establish a serious dialogue in relation to the questions in which cooperation is essential. And that is what I think is possible, and that is what is lacking. I mean, if you look at the United States and China, I mean, it's clear that there is no chance to have an agreement on human rights. It's clear there is no chance to have an agreement on some geostrategic problems in the neighborhood of China. But there are common interests in climate, and there is a need for a serious negotiation in relation to trade and technology. Obviously, in this negotiation, many things will be possible to reach an agreement, In others, it will not be possible. But at least there must be a serious discussion on the problems that affect us all. And the fact that it doesn't exist is quite dramatic, because in climate change, we are not winning the race, we are losing the race. There was a naive optimism after Glasgow. There are no reasons for this naive optimism. The risk is that emissions will go on rising until 2030 instead of decreasing. And the central question, which was the relation between developed countries and the large emerging economies, that central question was not solved, and it needs to be solved. And it's possible to be solved with coalitions to allow those emerging economies to accelerate their transition. Because if they don't, look at China, look at India, look at these countries, if they don't, there is no way developed countries alone can bridge the gap. And then the question of the pandemics. I mean, the world was completely and remains completely disunited in relation to a pandemic. We don't have any common system of prevention, and we don't have any common system of response. And I mean, the World Health Organization has no authority. I mean, it cannot not even guarantee that the informations that are needed to prevent and respond are available. He has no power to get them, as we have seen. And he has no power to coordinate a number of actions by member states. Look at vaccines. We started by vaccine hoarding, then we moved into vaccine nationalism, now vaccine diplomacy. But the fact is that the vaccines go on not being available for the African continent and large group of other countries. So we need to improve our governance mechanisms. And that is why I've just appointed Stefan Löfven and Ellen Johnson-Sirleaf to lead a group of high-level panel to look into what are the gaps of governance that exist in our world, and how can we address those gaps of governance in order to be able to address the global problems that we have, and for which we are not at all united and not at all in solidarity to address. And I think that climate change is becoming too serious. I think our incapacity to deal with pandemics, if something comes much more lethal than the COVID, we are doomed. And I think that our capacity to manage security problems and terrorism around the world is severely undermined by the lack of capacity to have a Security Council working and to make sure that the present state of impunity ends.
Mr. Secretary General, one of the difficult challenges that have been debated in the German parliament, in the Bundestag recently, which are debated in our media, is what, if anything, we can do, we Germans, with the French or with others in the Sahel region. My impression is that we are about to determine that ongoing efforts, French effort, German effort, are coming to an end, because people are realizing it's not leading to any visible outcome anytime soon. So what would be your prescription? What should we as Europeans, what should the international community do in order to prevent an even greater breakdown of order and a further increase of terrorism, which would only lead to yet another cycle of poverty and radicalism in this very important part of the world, the Sahel?
It is clear that to address terrorism effectively, we need a component of three dimensions. One dimension is, of course, a military security dimension. And let's be honest, if one looks at the Sahel, the present security mechanisms that we have available in the Sahel are unable to deal with the terrorist groups, and they are expanding and reaching out now to the countries of the coast, which is an enormous danger for the region and with potentially dramatic impacts in Europe. So we need to have, fighting terrorism, robust forces able to deal with them. And we have seen what happened in Mozambique when the Mozambican army practically fled. But when the Rwandese came, the Rwandese with 1,000 men were able to at least stop the offensive, which means we need robust forces. But for that, this cannot be done with peacekeeping. These need to be done with peace enforcing and counterterrorism, and for that we need, as we had in the Balkans, partners, in this case in African Union, but with a clear mandate that now doesn't exist. Chapter 7 of Security 7 and assessed contributions, guarantee of financing. Then second dimension, in many of those areas, we need to address the gaps in development. We need to address the suffering of people. I mean, the Sahel, the combination of climate change, of traditional demography, I mean, this needs to be addressed comprehensively through different mechanisms of international cooperation, and the UN system is, of course, ready to support with the World Bank, with the other international financial institutions, and with member states to see how we can support these areas in a much more effective way. And then there is a problem of governance. I mean, in many of these countries, we have violations of human rights, we have bad governance, we have corruption, and we need to be also clear when dealing with these governments that they need to change, because obviously with bad governance, it's easy for terrorists to recruit and to be effective.
Mr. Secretary General, a brief final question, because we're running out of time. When you last visited Beijing, China, you requested that China allows the High Commissioner for Human Rights, Mrs. Bachelet, to visit China and to investigate allegations of human rights abuses. Are you optimistic, or how optimistic are you that she will actually be granted unfettered access going forward?
Well, Jean Monnet used to say, I'm not optimistic nor pessimistic, I'm determined. So I would say the same. In this, I'm determined. What I've been telling the Chinese authorities, and I'm telling publicly, is that in Xinjiang, human rights must be fully respected, but not only human rights must be fully respected, policies must guarantee that the identity, the cultural, religious identity of minorities is respected, and at the same time that they have the opportunities to be part of the society as a whole. On the other hand, in this last visit, I told them that it is absolutely essential to have a credible visit of the High Commissioner. Because if the High Commissioner goes there, sees nothing, and says that nothing happens, obviously nobody believes, and this serves no purpose. I think it's in the interest of China, if they are convinced that they are not doing what people accuse them to do, it's in the interest of China to have a credible visit of the High Commissioner, and we will be doing everything we can to make sure that it happens. If it won't happen, of course, the High Commissioner will take the decisions that correspond to her mandate.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. Let's give the Secretary General a hand. Thank you. Thank you very much again for taking the trip and for sharing your observations. Please don't leave your seats, because the program will continue in just 1 second with the German Foreign Minister, Annalena Baerbock, and Secretary of State, Antony Blinken. So 30 seconds and we'll continue.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated. The main program will continue momentarily.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies. It's my pleasure to also extend a warm welcome to all of you. And when Antonio, you asked if I was to invite you again next year. Yes, you are invited, and you have a standing invitation. This, of course, has to do with the fact that not only Wolfgang spent his first time of his career in New York on the 31st floor. I spent the last 4 years my life in my career as Germany's ambassador to the United Nations, and it was really a great pleasure to work with you under very difficult circumstances. When I say that you have a standing invitation, of course it has to do with you personally, but it has to do with the United Nations, because there is no more important international organization, global organization, than the United States, the United Nations. There is no way we come to the United States in a second. There is no way that we can be able to resolve the most important global challenges without the United Nations. You talked about climate change. There is no way that we can do this individually. We need the UN. When you talk about biodiversity, we can only do this together. When we saw this on the health issue. There is no way individual countries can resolve that. So we have to work together. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the first panel that I moderate, and for me it is kind of symbolic to have it a panel with the foreign ministers of Germany and the foreign minister, Secretary of State of the United States. When we go back to the foundation of the Munich Security Conference, when we go back to the first chairman of the Munich Security Conference, it was Ewald von Kleist. Ewald von Kleist created this, and the first meetings, the first years, were exclusively German-American transatlantic meetings. And for me, it's kind of symbolic to go back to the roots and welcome today on this stage the Foreign Minister of Germany and the Secretary of State of the United States. Please extend a warm welcome to the two personalities. We will proceed the following way. First, the German foreign minister will give her speech. She will give her speech in German, so please get ready to take your headphones. And then afterwards, we'll have a panel debate in English on the stage. While you are getting your headphones ready, it is my pleasure to introduce Foreign Minister Annalena Baerbock. It is, after we had in Germany a first female chancellor, it is now very special, and I'm very happy to introduce to you the first German female foreign minister, Annalena Baerbock. You have the floor, and thank you for being with us.
Ambassador Heusgen, Mr. Ischinger, Secretary General Antony Blinken, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very happy to be able to talk to you to kick off the panel under the motto of Unlearning, Helplessness, Meeting Global Challenges. Just a few days ago, I was right there at Lebedinske, at the line of contact in the eastern part of the Ukraine. I was standing there. Right next to me, there was a schoolyard and a destroyed house in my back. And every single moment I was thinking of my children who actually would go to school right now in the morning, you know, very hectically. And I was watching the children who were not able to do that here. They were not able to go to their school, just like that. Quite on the contrary, they had to face a huge concern because violence is omnipresent there. And how real this kind of concern is becomes very clear when we hear that yesterday there have been hundreds of infringements of the ceasefire. So in such a situation, at such a place, you wouldn't even think of a peaceful everyday life for your children. And this shows what really is at stake when we're talking about Minsk. It's not only a negotiation format. Minsk is not a technical notion either. We're talking about human security. We're talking about safety, about whether or not people, families, children can live their lives safely and grow up safely in the middle of Europe. Today, we have to be very clear about that. There's a new war impending right in the middle of Europe. Russia issues an absolutely unacceptable threat with their troops buildup vis-à-vis Ukraine, but also vis-à-vis all of us and our peace architecture in Europe. Therefore, this crisis is therefore no Ukraine crisis. We have to be very careful about our framing. It's a Russia crisis. We therefore urgently appeal to Russia to draw down their troops immediately. I mean, we've seen the first signals time and again, and we've seen this happening in the past few weeks. First signals were a glimmer of hope, but now we need to see some action because the Russian threat continues to be a real one. But our joint response is just as real. If there were a Russian attack on Ukraine, then this would have massive consequences for Russia, financially, politically, and economically. And we have yet another message to Moscow that is just as clear. We don't want to have that. We don't want to have to draw these consequences. We want to have a serious dialogue on security and peace together in Europe. That is in the interest of all of us. And yes, we also want to minimize the risk of escalation in Europe. I mean, what else would we want? Yes, we also want to create reliability, and that is why exactly we have worked out substantial proposals in the last few weeks as NATO states. They are on the table at Moscow, and every single time, every single minute, we want to talk about these now. But what we do not want to see and what we cannot do is to challenge our architecture of security that we've built up together. Yesterday's response letter from the Russian side, unfortunately, however, very much sounds like that. President Putin, Sergei Lavrov, in your response letter, you underline that non-alignment also includes the principle that security must not be at the expense of others. Yes, that is what we have agreed to together. We together have agreed to this being a joint security that must not be at the expense of others. And this is what we expressly are committed to. But that is the very reason why we have to talk about the troops buildup at the border in the eastern part of Ukraine, which of course is at the expense of security in Ukraine. 130,000 troops at the border. I mean, what else could this be if not a threat? Those who want to live in security and safety together do not threat each other. If you want to live in security and safety, then you go to the negotiation table and talk to each other. Sure, and you have to be very honest here. Antony Blinken and I and many other foreign ministers, also ministers of defense, diplomats here in this room, we are asked time and again, I mean, it's been going on for like 1 week. How long is this going to take? It might be taking weeks, months. Negotiations usually are a marathon. There are setbacks, misunderstandings, there might even some foul play in there. But if you are afraid of starting this race and this run, then you don't start working and you've lost out from the very beginning. Helsinki or Jalta, this is how Timothy Gardner-Asher, historian, has described our choice. That is the choice we as Europeans are faced with. The choice between a system of joint responsibility for security and peace that is based on the Helsinki Founding Act and the Paris Charter that we all have signed, or a system of power rivalry and spheres of influence for which the Yalta Conference of 1945 was standing. And for me, and I believe for every single one in this room, this is the key question. Because what is at issue for us Europeans and the international community? That is not just a question how we are going to resolve the current crisis. It is the question of how we're going to stand up for our rules-based order in the future. An order that is based on the Charter of the United Nations, on the principles of self-determination, the respect of freedom and human rights, and the principle of international cooperation. That was especially described by the UN Secretary General so vividly. Does this principle still work? And this is the question that will be dealt with in this conference. Or are we living in an age of collective helplessness, the resignation and helplessness as is the motto of this panel? Antony Blinken, the two of us are having numerous talks these days. But what makes me optimistic in these difficult times is the knowledge of the strength of our transatlantic union and the solidity of our alliance and the strength of our liberal democracies. That is why my answer, my response is very clear when I'm being asked where we are right now, whether we're helpless or not. We are not helpless collectively. Quite on the contrary, we draw our strength from our action, from our acting together. We are the ones to decide whether or not we're helpless. As far as I'm concerned, three elements are key: determination, solidarity, and reliability. This applies to the Russia crisis, but also beyond. We are determined with a view to the actions and measures that we're preparing in the event of Russia acting against the Ukraine. These sanctions are or would be unprecedented and have been coordinated with all our partners and have been prepared with them. We in Germany are ready to pay a high price for that in economic terms. That is why all options are on the table, also Nord Stream 2. We show solidarity because we support and are committed to the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine. And I'm being very clear here, especially in situations of pressure like these. Solidarity means to send out a clear message, because the route that a country would like to embark on can only be determined by the country itself and by the people living there. We are not going to negotiate over the head of Ukraine. Solidarity means that we take the concerns of our neighbors in Central and Eastern Europe seriously. That is why we're strengthening our NATO commitment together. Solidarity also means, however, and that's very important to me, because foreign policy is not just some kind of policy between politicians, not just traveling forwards and backwards between the capitals of countries. Foreign policy is about the people, our people, and that is why solidarity means in the current situation, not just showing solidarity with Kiev, but also with the people in Ukraine, and especially with the people that live close to the line of contact. And here OSCE is decisive, because their observers are our eyes and ears there. We have to ensure together that they can effectively do their job, especially now where violence along the line of contact has dramatically increased over the past 48 hours. Now, this is one of the most dangerous moments where provocation and disinformation might turn into escalation. I'm being very clear here. This is a game that we're not going to play. Quite on the contrary. With all our efforts, we work on finding constructive solutions of the crisis in the Normandy format, in the EU and in NATO. Every step in the direction of peace is laborious. We're fighting for every single millimeter, but every millimeter is better than no movement at all. And this brings me to my third point: reliability in foreign policy that is based on clear values. What is at stake for the people in Ukraine is their right of freedom, their right to determine their own future. And for all of us, what is at stake is nothing less than peace in Europe and the question whether or not we're going to defend our rules-based order, even if it comes to the crunch. We live in a world in which this rules-based order is not just coming under pressure in Eastern Europe. We're faced with growing geopolitical tensions, with a competition between authoritarian forces and liberal democracies. We see and realize that if we withdraw from this competition as liberal democracies, then others are going to fill these gaps. We can see that with private groups of mercenaries or with a view of the large infrastructural projects in Africa. But we've also been seeing that in Europe, in the EU, when we left a gap in terms of solidarity, when it was about investing in power grids, motorways, or digital infrastructure. And we even saw that even more strongly at the beginning of this pandemic, when it was about the distribution of vaccines. If others interfere, then this will not happen for altruistic motives, but this will be based on shrewd geostrategic calculation. That is why, as far as I'm concerned, we as liberal democracies have to be a part of this competition between liberal forces and authoritarian forces. We have to clearly walk the talk and show what we stand for. The joint recovery after the pandemic, what has been summarized by the US President Biden and also the United Nations under this wonderful label of Build Back Better, what has been defined there also spells out a huge opportunity for all of us, for international cooperation, to really do it right when exiting from this crisis, to invest in a solution for the Ukraine crisis, to invest together in infrastructure, but also to invest together in finding a way out of this pandemic. And that is why the German G7 presidency that we're holding this year also will focus on this motto. We're going to show what our values are. We show that international cooperation is stronger than national solo efforts. And we show that an order on the basis of international law, of a fair coexistence and togetherness, of democracy and human rights will bring more than shutting borders down and then bringing in the borders internationally. And this also includes women's rights. And me being the first female foreign minister after 150 years, this also means that women's rights have to be brought in here, because women's rights are the yardstick for the condition of all democracies. We're seeing that worldwide. And I'm saying that as a German, as a European woman. We're not just seeing that in other countries. We've also seen that in our country during the pandemic. I mean, conjuring up the image of the strong man very often is not the most successful route. And we're seeing worldwide that conjuring up the strong man actually goes hand in hand with the increase of authoritarian forces and a reduction of democratic rights. And this is one insight that I brought back home when I was at the line of contact, because the mother said, only if women are safe, everyone will be safe. And that is our task, and that is why I'm convinced that our global challenges, like the climate crisis, fighting the pandemic, will not be manageable for a single country alone. We can only resolve this crisis together with a clear compass of values. We have to be aware of that. We are right in the middle of a difficult crisis, especially here in Europe, being transatlantic parties. After this crisis, the world will be a different one, and it's now up to us. It's in our hands. This is the hour to stand up for peace and rights here in Europe. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister, for this very impressive speech. Let me start where you finished, where you talked about the role of women. We at the Munich Security Conference this year have the highest number of women on our panels ever. We are at 45%, and I pledge to you that next year we arrive at 50%. Mr. Secretary, thank you so much for being here. I know you are extremely busy. Allow me to start with a compliment. I've been following US administrations for many, many years. I have not seen an example like this one where the US administration has reached out in coordinating its position with its European allies in the EU, with NATO, with allies beyond this. I found this very impressive. In talking about Ukraine, I was day before yesterday in a conference with the former Prime Minister of Ukraine, Arseniy Yatsenyuk, who said, what we are witnessing here is the best, the most successful peacekeeping operation, and that is to be together. Now, my question to you is, first, do you think the minister talked about all the global challenges that we have, that this scheme, which of course is a lot of work, the president is involved, you involved, the defense minister coordinating, could that be an example for the future that we cope with all the challenges that the minister also mentioned in the same way, in this way of, as President Bush Jr. said it, and partnership in leadership, number one, and number two, where do you think we stand with Ukraine? I think this is what everybody want to know. Minister talked about what we hear at the contact line. There were days where there was no incident at all. All of a sudden we see this increase. What do you see? I recall 2014, there was the end of the Olympics, and a few days or weeks later, we saw these little green men entering into invading Ukraine. Where, Mr. Secretary, do you think we stand right now?
Well, first, let me just start by saying what an absolute pleasure it is to be here, to be with all of you, especially to be with my friend and colleague, Annalena, and also Christoph, Wolfgang. This must be the equivalent of an Olympic relay team. To go from Wolfgang to Christoph doesn't get any better than that. So it's wonderful to be with you. To start with the first part, I really start where Annalena left off, because we have exactly the same perspective, and it's the perspective that President Biden brings to everything we're doing and that we've tried to do in our first year. It's a very simple conviction. It's the conviction that there is not a single challenge of consequence that's actually affecting the lives of our people that we can effectively deal with alone, even for the United States, with the power that we have, the resources that we have. We have to be doing it in partnership. And it's an obvious proposition to many, but it's no less important for being obvious. When it comes to climate, even if we did everything right in the United States, we're 15% of global emissions. So by definition, we have to find a way to deal with the other 85%. That requires collaboration, working with others, playing our part. On COVID, we all know the truism that no one is safe until everyone's safe. Omicron has reminded us of that if we needed reminding. And so we have to find ways to do this together. We were just a few days ago together on a video conference with some of our colleagues, because I think we both feel at this point that we have to do more to mobilize coordinated collective action to really finally get ahead of COVID and to get where we need to be at the end of the year, which is 70% of the world vaccinated. On emerging technologies that are shaping everyone's life. Again, even if we did everything just right somehow in the United States, by definition, these technologies surpass borders. We have to find ways to set rules, norms, and standards together. So that is our fundamental proposition. And it's exactly why, Christoph, we have invested so much of our own effort in the first year that we've been in office in reinvigorating, revitalizing our alliances, our partnerships, investing the time, the effort, because without that, we won't succeed. And I've been so grateful because when it comes to the partnership here, Germany is our partner of first resort on everything. There's not an issue where we have not been working closely together, and it's beyond words. It's truly invaluable. On Ukraine, I had a chance to speak to this a little bit yesterday at the United Nations at the Security Council before coming here. And even as we are doing everything we possibly can to make clear that there's a diplomatic path, that this has to be resolved, the differences have to be resolved through dialogue, through diplomacy, we are deeply concerned that that is not the path that Russia has embarked on, and that everything that we're seeing, including what you've described in the last 24, 48 hours, is part of a scenario that is already in play, of creating false provocations, of then having to respond to those provocations, and then ultimately committing new aggression against Ukraine. I think it's very important for us to shine a light on what we see. Perhaps that will move Russia to a different path. We remain fully prepared, both of us with our colleagues, to engage on the diplomacy, but we have to be, I think, informed by history. You referenced 2014. One could reference 2008 as well in Georgia. And we have to be informed by the facts. And the facts are that despite what Russia has said in recent days about pulling back forces from the border, that has not happened. On the contrary, we see additional forces going to the border, including leading-edge forces that would be part of any aggression. So we have to be informed by that. We have to be extremely vigilant. And I'll finish with this. The single greatest source of strength that we have in dealing with this issue, in dealing with this challenge, is the solidarity that Annalena talked about. I think President Putin's been a little bit surprised at that solidarity, at the way that NATO has come together, the European Union has come together. We've come together individually as partners, we come together institutionally. As long as we maintain that solidarity, we will, either way, whichever path President Putin chooses, we'll be ready to respond.
Thank you very much. This is a podium, and we have so many people around here who want to contribute, ask questions, so I invite you to do that. You can either raise your hand or go also by digital notice. Before I go I see a question there. Can I ask Minister Baerbock, can I ask you a question which is a bit a difficult one, but it's one which we have been debating a bit in the public these last weeks and days, and this is the question of delivery of weapons to Ukraine. You mentioned the human dimension from what you say. You know, President Steinmeier 4 months ago went to Kiev, to Babin Jar, where in the name of Germany 80 years ago, within 2 days, 33,000 Jewish Ukrainians were massacred by Germany. And of course we say we never want to put arms against Russia because of our history, etc. But when you see that Russia is attacking Ukraine, a country that has really severely been hit over history, again is fighting for existence. We sent, Milan missiles to the Kurds in Erbil in the area. Why can't we also send defensive weapons to Ukraine?
Because I think you always have to have in mind when you take a decision that either way, if you say yes or no, it has consequences. And if you balance the consequences, we believe that at this moment, it is not the moment to change our course by 180% degree. Because we are not all the same, even though we are standing side by side. We have different roles and we have different history. And when I was in Ukraine, I said we have a historic responsibility, which I didn't mean only with regard to Russia, definitely, you were mentioning it, also to Ukraine, but because out of our history, we have a different responsibility for securing international peace than others. If we are looking at Poland, if we are looking at France, they have been attacked by us, like the Soviet Union countries. And therefore, our responsibility after the Second World War was that never again from Germany there will be war, and never again there will be genocide. You know the famous formula from one of my former colleagues as a foreign minister. And that's why I'm making this curve here to show that we are thinking a lot about this, but that's why we have a very restrictive arms control legislation, because of our history. We have this legislation that we are saying we are not selling weapons to everybody in the world, but only to our partners, NATO partners and European Union partners. And that we have also a clause where the weapons go afterwards. And if we would change this now, also if we are talking about this famous Haubitzen, I had to learn actually what 30-year-old Haubitzen actually can do or what they cannot do anymore. But anyhow, if we change this course, we have to argue it. And I think at this moment where I'm saying that we are doing everything for dialogue, where I as a German foreign minister together with my chancellor is doing everything that we are getting on the table of the Normandy format. It's France, it's Germany, it's Ukraine, and it's Russia. This is a moment where I do everything for dialogue, but others, with the others' role they are having, and this is our strength, that we are standing like all together, but using our different roles of support with regard to our different histories. So the US is having a different lesson with regard to arms export. But I'm, for example, giving most financial aid. We are the biggest donor in Ukraine to stabilize the economy. And if we are putting all this together, this is our strength at the moment, and that's why I truly believe that this course is right. United in diversity, it's all a great motto of the European Union, and this is what we are showing at the moment, also in solidarity with Ukraine.
Thank you.
Can I just add one thing to this? Because Annalena is exactly right. We have been not only acting in a coordinated way, we've been acting in a complementary way, bringing different things to the table that all add up to the solidarity that has been very effective. And I want to add one other element. Germany, Annalena, have been speaking with tremendous moral clarity when it comes to Ukraine. That is vitally important too. In fact, you can't really place a value on that. It's essential to what we're doing.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's wonderful to see this transatlantic unity. This is what we need, this stage. Yes, please, if you, not everybody knows you, if you would be so kind to introduce yourself. And then we go back there.
You're going to hold it? Okay, thank you. Tobias Elwood, Member of Parliament from the United Kingdom and Chair of the Defence Committee. Thank you very much indeed. I've just returned from Ukraine, and there's certainly a concern about the immediate threat. Could I ask whether it is we are hiding behind this rule that simply because a member, Ukraine is not a member of NATO, that there's a limit as to what we should do. In Ukraine, they would see Ukrainian security as European security, and I think I would agree with that. And could I add, is there not a bigger picture that we now need to wake up to? That the reason why we're seeing Russia's adventurism is because of a new alliance, a dangerous alliance that's forming between Russia and China. And that's actually leading to Russia's increased adventurism, boldness, indeed even welcoming sanctions, knowing that Putin can persuade his own people maybe the future of Russia is not pointing to the West, as it has been traditionally, but to move to the East with China, which would, I think, be the advent, a turning point geopolitically of a very dangerous era. Thank you.
Well, I totally agree what you have been saying, sir, that it is dangerous if we can see the alliance between those two countries. But what Tony was saying beforehand, I mean, there's also not only an alliance, but there's a strength between EU members. And as you know from the past, it's not always easy in the European Union to agree on different topics like all together by unanimity. But at this moment, we are doing this by 27 states. And this is also the difference then to 2014. If we remember to 2014, when Crimea was invaded, when the separatists took over in eastern Ukraine. I mean, there wasn't this solidarity, and this is new at the moment. So I think we should not always look that others are bonding, but also how big our strength is that we are bonding. Also, with regard to NATO, we are on the same page. We have written the same letter all together, and this is also why we get the request, well, we want individual letters. No, this is our common transatlantic anthem. And with regard to the economic sanctions, yes, I mean, we all know the figures. We also know, also with regard to financial flows. However, I mean, if you have this scenario being totally cut off by economic exchange between Russia and Germany and Russia and the EU. I mean, this is not nothing. And I would also underline, because we're always talking about Russia, but it's the Russian government. 70% of the Russian people, and this is also different than in 2014, their biggest fear is war with Ukraine. And this is also why we are saying, here's our hand to all the citizens of Russia. Here's our hand to all the political prisoners in Russia. Here's our hand to Memorial and all the others in Russia, because we want to live together in peace. And this is what we have to underline with a clear message on sanction, but also with a clear message on dialogue.
I can only add that I'm in violent agreement with my friend and colleague. Look, Russia and China together are right now less than 20% of world GDP. The United States, Europe together, 45% of GDP. When we bring in some of our democratic partners from Asia, Japan, Korea, Australia, others, we're well over 50% of world GDP. That is a very powerful weight when it's acting in unison, and increasingly we are. The convergence around a determination not to, in the case of China, hold it back, not to be opposed to Russia for the sake of opposing Russia, but to uphold something that brings us all together, which is this liberal international order, that increasingly is bringing us together. And when we're acting in unison, I'll take our side anytime.
Did I see François Hesbourg? Please, go ahead. Back there, François.
To Foreign Minister Baerbock, precisely if we want consistently to pursue Helsinki against Yalta in changed circumstances, do we need a new German and European Ostpolitik? And if yes, what would its 2 or 3 key features be? And to Secretary Blinken, how do we preserve that Western unity and solidarity if Putin doesn't do the invasion, doesn't do even, to coin a phrase, how shall I put it, a small incursion? Not a single Russian soldier crosses the frontiers, but massive hybrid military technical means are applied, cyber attacks, recognition of the Donetsk and Lugansk statelets. How do we preserve Western unity in that event?
I think that what we've done over the last year is build a very solid foundation and strong foundation when it comes to Western unity across a whole range of challenges that we're facing. And we've rediscovered habits of cooperation, of coordination, and as I'm seeing it at least, there is increasing convergence on most of the central issues of our time. I am convinced that irrespective of what Russia does with regard to Ukraine in the weeks ahead, whether it is a full-on invasion, whether it's something shorter of that, that we will retain that solidarity. But it doesn't happen by itself. It's the product of constant, day in, day out, roll up your sleeves engagement that we have been engaged in, and that will continue, irrespective of what happens over the next week. So it takes work, it takes effort, but I really think the last months in particular have concentrated minds in a way they have perhaps not been concentrated in recent years. I don't think we're going to lose that concentration in the weeks or months ahead.
Thank you for the quote. My answer is yes and no, not because it's a political answer, yes and no, but because it has two parts depending on what you're looking at. I would say no with regard to the treaties, because we have the treaties for living together in peace and in security in Europe, and everybody has signed it. But I say yes with regard to, if we're referring that we just take the answers from 1970 and putting them in the year 2022, because in all these years, things have changed and the world have changed. And when we talked about Ostpolitik those days, I mean, we meant with Ost, East, also Poland, Romania, and all the other Eastern countries, which are now joined, thanks God, in the European Union. And that's why our answer from 1970 cannot be the same answer in 2022. And this is why we have also made clear, and I think this is also important for foreign policy, always reflecting what you are doing. And I think this is also the strength of the answers from NATO and also from us as Europeans, that we are also reflecting what have we done in the past. Was there something where we should be critical by ourselves, saying, did we do enough on transparency? Did we do enough on arms control? Did we do enough when we were talking about placing missiles in the region? And reflecting those things, I think, is actually what we should do when we are talking together in the NATO-Russian Council, and this is our invitation to Russia on the treaties, and there's no change from the past decades on the treaties of the security in Europe, speaking how we can ensure a peaceful world in the year 2022 for all our citizens.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, before I get the names wrong again, can you introduce yourself, please?
Abdul Momen, Foreign Minister of Bangladesh. We are so pleased when Biden administration joined the climate dialogue. And we are thankful to Secretary Blinken and also, the Special Envoy John Kerry for, making it possible for Biden administration to join the climate discourse. We are very pleased because we are hoping that we can save this planet. And with US in our side, we were really delighted. Now my fear is this current Ukraine, problem, will it take away, will it derail the process of climate change? Will it derail the funding that we are expecting from the development partners? Will there be a fear of, violence and, war, and that will start a new wave of, defense expenditure, which will take away money away from the climate issue, creating more insecurity for the global community. What is your take on it? Thank you.
We see the challenge of climate change as the existential challenge of our time. And if you see it that way, you're going to make sure that you're doing your part and doing everything necessary to meet the challenge, irrespective of what else is going on and what your other commitments are. Beyond rejoining Paris, with the leadership of John Kerry and President Biden, we have made this an ongoing commitment in multiple ways, because of course, COP26 was an important moment, but we see that as a launching pad, not a finishing point for what has to happen. The bottom line reality is this. If we're going to make good on the need to keep warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius, whatever targets we set for 2045, 2050, 2055 won't matter unless we act now and especially over the next decade. And that requires a number of things. It requires countries to actually continue to raise their own ambitions. It requires making good on implementing the policies necessary to meet those ambitions. And for those of us in the long developed world, it requires making good on our commitments to help finance adaptation and resilience in countries that need assistance in doing that. The United States has a special obligation in that regard. Historically, we're the largest emitter. Right now, we represent, as I said, about 15% of global emissions, so we're committed to doing our part. And you don't have to take my word for it. It's reflected in the budget that we have submitted to Congress. I was just last week with the Pacific Island nations, who are literally on the front lines of climate change right now, as we speak. This is very literally existential for them. And it was a way of also making clear our ongoing commitment to make sure that the resources are there for adaptation, for resilience. We are committed to it. It will be reflected in the budgets we continue to put forward. We have parenthetically, we have a remarkable bipartisan delegation from our Congress here in Munich this weekend. House, Senate, Republican, Democrat. And I think whatever policy differences there may be on some of these issues, there is also a foundational agreement that we need to address this problem, and we're committed to doing it together.
I would say thank you for your question, because this is actually also my biggest fear with regard to climate change, but also with regard to other crises, because this is also one part of the strategy, in my point of view, from the Russian government, absorbing so much attention, time from all of us, from the European Union, that we do not have time for other crises. I mean, we didn't speak about Sahel, for example, at the moment here. We didn't speak about the Middle East. And I think this is also important, that we give every minute, what I was saying before, to solve this crisis now with regard to the safety of Ukraine. But on the other hand, do not forget about the rest of the world. And the biggest fear for humankind is the climate crisis. And that's why also when I started my term as a new foreign minister, I always spoke about climate issues and hydrogen. And some newspapers were asking, well, but why are you dealing now with climate if you have to solve a crisis? Because I truly believe that this is also one of the answers to the crisis. I mean, why is it so difficult for us to formulate strong sanctions? Because we are highly depending, especially my country, on fossil imports from Russia. And after 2014, we all said to ourselves in Europe, we have to diversify. And we had already this chance 8 years ago to combine climate issues and security issues if we would have invested more in green energy. It's spilled milk now, but now we can do it. We can go now towards renewable energy with all the efforts we are having, and by this making this world a bit more secure, and not only within Europe, but definitely also in your regions. I mean, you are facing the climate crisis right now. You're the countries and regions which have to resettle your capitals because of the climate crisis, and that's why we have to work all together to fight this. But again, here, it's such a big potential. I mean, if we are doing energy relation corporations around the world, especially with countries where there's way more space than in Germany, we can have solar energy from different regions in the world, we can have green hydrogen, and then a new connectivity, and this is what we are working on. When we were in Liverpool as G7, we said, now we have to look that we invest the money strategic-wise, but also always under the umbrella of the 1.5 degree, and that's why also the G7 presidency has a strong nexus with the G20 presidency to bringing together the climate crisis, the chances of renewable energy, and making the world a more secure place.
Thank you very much. Actually, our time is up, but we have the mayor of Kiev here, and I would ask you to please have 1 more minute of patience for him to ask a short question and then short answers, and then we have to wrap up. Mr. Klitschko.
Good afternoon, State Secretary, Minister, dear friends, Mayor of Kyiv, Mayor of the capital of Ukraine. First of all, I want to say thank you very much for all friends who support Ukraine in this very difficult situation. We understand without your support we can survive. It's very important right now. We understand that Germany, United States, all friends support, but we need right now defensive weapon. Thank you for Germany. Germany invested in the last couple of years billions to rebuild infrastructure, to make reform in Ukraine. But right now, in this critical situation, we stay front to one of the strongest army in the world. And every aggressor who just think to attack Ukraine have to understand they have to pay painful price. We're ready to fight. We're ready to defend our families, our states, our cities, our citizens. We need support. Thank you for 5,000 helms, but not enough. We can't defend our country just with that. And also, very important point, come back to 1996 Budapest Agreement. Ukraine in 1996 was third country in the world with largest nuclear weapons. We give up our nuclear weapons with a guarantee. United States, French, Great Britain, and Russia make a guarantee of our independence and territorial integrity. It's not so much time in the past. Right now, what about the Budapest Agreement? Everybody forget about that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Baerbock, you have already responded to the question of delivery of weapons, so maybe, Tony, you would like to say a few words there.
Sure. Mr. Mayor, first of all, it's good to see you, and I appreciate not only the substance of your words, but also the emotion behind them. And here's what I can tell you, just speaking on behalf of the United States. When it comes to security assistance, as you know, in the last year alone, we provided about $650 million in defensive lethal assistance, more in the last year than in any previous year. We continue to provide that assistance. I personally authorized some of our partner countries who had American-made equipment to transfer that to Ukraine, Baltic countries, and we're continuing to do everything that we can with other partners to help you provide for your defense. At the same time, I'm convinced that the work that we are doing together to bring countries, not just in Europe, but beyond Europe, together and making very clear to Russia that if it commits renewed aggression against Ukraine, there will be, as we've said, and I quote, massive consequences. This is what the G7 countries said together, the European Union, NATO. The power of that deterrent and our solidarity, I remain hopeful will have an impact. But the other thing that I think is so important, and it's why more and more countries beyond Europe and beyond the United States are focused on this now, and I heard this at the Security Council yesterday, is I think there's a growing recognition that what is happening in Ukraine matters first and foremost to Ukrainians, but should matter to everyone in the world. Because what's at stake, first, yes, are the lives and well-being of Ukrainians, but what's at stake are larger principles that are the foundation of the entire international order, an order established after 2 world wars and a Cold War, with some basic principles that are necessary to maintain peace and security. And those principles are being challenged right now by Russia in Ukraine. Principles like you can't change the borders of another country by force. Principles like you can't dictate to another country its choices, its decisions, its policies, including with whom it will associate. Principles like you cannot exert a sphere of influence to subjugate neighbors to your will. In different ways, complementary ways, but I believe powerful ways, countries are standing up for Ukraine and for the principles that are at stake. So we will continue to do everything we can for you, with you, and with our partners. Thank you.
Also from my side, thank you for not only the question, but showing again how dear the situation is. Because if you're thinking about every citizen in your country, it's something different being a mayor in Kiev than being a foreign minister in Germany in this kind of situation. We've been in contact very closely, personally, but also with your government. And as I've said before, for us, it's not an easy decision. But if we are endangering by taking these steps that Normandy would not work anymore, this would be, in my point of view, also a big security threat for every citizen in Ukraine, because especially the situation around the contact line in the separatist areas, for every citizen there, you know it better than I do, is very crucial that we are coming back at the table to talk about Minsk. But we are looking at every request because we are standing side by side with you and your citizens. That's why when you asked for helmets, we were looking, my colleague here, we were looking how many helmets we could deliver. I'm sorry, it was only 5,000. We have now a new list. We look at the new list, what we have, what we can do. And I think it's really good that we are in frank and open exchange about these kind of things all together. But again, I mean, this is also what rightly your government is saying in those days. We have to ensure that the destabilization doesn't come from inside, from investments which are not coming anymore, from currency which is going down. And that's why I truly believe that the financial support is as important as the support with regard to security.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We could have gone on, and we have seen with the question of the ambassador they're from Asia, how other questions also have to be discussed. I have 3 takeaways. Number 1, German-American relations are at their best, and it's wonderful to see this good relationship. Number 2, the 2 of you, I think, were also instrumental to forge this strong unity that goes beyond EU and NATO, that goes together with all those countries that respect the rules-based international order. And my takeaway that this is also the way, we work on other challenges. And this comes now to the 3rd one. And there, I think we close the circle to the Secretary General at the very beginning. We can only succeed if we work together to also cope with the most pressing issues, I think, as you said, that is climate change and others. And we also plead to Russia to allow to come back to the political solution, so we concentrate on those issues that really matter, that our population, our people are most concerned about. So thank you very much for coming here. Wonderful to have you had as my first panel. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy the coffee break. The program in the main conference hall will continue at 3:30 p.m. with a panel discussion titled Rising Tides, Scaling Up Global Climate Action. Please note that only participants registered for the session will have a seat. Thank you.
conference hall now. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way into the main conference hall now. In a minute, we'll close the door and you won't be able to join the session anymore. Please make your way into the main conference hall now.
Wartet noch auf Signal. Okay, bitte Mikro auf. 11.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the editor-in-chief of The Economist, Zeni Minton-Beddoes.
Welcome. If you'd like to take your seats, those of you who haven't started, welcome to this second panel at the Munich Security Conference, Scaling Up Climate Change. It seems to me appropriate that this is the top panel, not least because, as we heard in the opening session from Foreign Minister Annalena Baerbock, the biggest fear for humankind is the climate crisis. And notwithstanding the crisis on Europe's borders right now, the biggest long-term challenge is the climate crisis. But as we are in the middle of the biggest European security crisis since the end of the Cold War, we also see the geopolitical risks around energy security. And with energy prices surging, we see the potential political complications of keeping the progress on the climate agenda. So I think the climate agenda is not just extraordinarily important in its own right as the biggest challenge facing humanity, but it is particularly important right now. So I'm delighted to be moderating this session. To set the stage for this session, I'd like to ask Professor Johann Röckström, the director of the Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact Research, to give us, if you will, a snapshot of what is at stake and the state of affairs. And then after that, I'm going to invite 4 esteemed practitioners to have a conversation. And I hope at the end of this, we will not just have some concrete proposals about how we continue to make progress, but how we make sure that this current crisis is not a break on the climate agenda, but indeed that we can harness it to make greater progress. So with that, Professor, over to you.
Thank you so much, Fanny. Munich Security Conference colleagues. We are currently experiencing a serious hammering of multiple interconnected systemic risks and crises, which together threaten global security. The military threat to Ukraine, part clearly of a wider geopolitical crisis, the surging and volatile energy prices, the climate crisis that hits harder than expected, earlier than expected, and affects all nations in the world. This is truly a point of rising turbulence and systemic risks. The scientific conclusion is that the creeping climate crisis has reached a point of planetary emergency, an emergency that, if we don't solve it, will pose major immediate but also long-term security threats that interact with pandemics, with conflict. Let me share with you the latest scientific updates on climate risk and security and sketch a way forward. At 1.2 degrees Celsius of global warming, the warmest temperature on Earth, by the way, since we left the last ice age some 12,000 years ago, climate change is today a huge driver of migration and displacement. 30 million people have been internally displaced due to extreme weather events in 2020 alone. 6 of the 10 biggest United Nations peace operations were in countries that are ranked as the most exposed to climate change. Climate change means additional stress for already stressed out regions and fragile states. It does so by amplifying conflict drivers, food insecurity, inequality, water scarcity, heat waves, and displacement. We saw already how climate change fueled the 2010 Arab Spring, when food prices went through the roof due to wheat export bans in Russia caused by devastating forest fires attributed to anthropogenic climate change, and reduced staple food exports from Australia, another attribution to anthropogenic climate change, causing severe frequency of droughts. Multiple threats collided simultaneously. Same with the years of drought and internal displacement of rural populations in Syria in the run-up to the war. Same with today's Ethiopia, crumbling in the midst of what may turn into the 4th consecutive drought year, undermining social stability in a largely farm-based economy. Put the 2020 massive desert locust invasion outbreak in East Africa on top of this. Put the pandemic on top of this, which is a devastating health and socioeconomic impact. A pandemic, by the way, that moreover is tightly interconnected with the ecological crisis and the climate crisis because it is a zoonosis. It's a virus spillover from wildlife to animals, and the risks rise as we unsustainably exploit and cause climate impacts on wildlife habitats. So where are we heading? Where currently the world is on a road to disaster. 2.7 degrees Celsius by the end of this century is a place we haven't been in for the past 4 to 5 million years. Already today, we see worrying signs of instability among 9 of the known 15 climate tipping elements, the big biophysical systems. I mean, here we're talking the Greenland ice sheet, the Gulf Stream, the Amazon rainforest. Push these across tipping points, and we commit all future generations to rising extremes, multi-meter sea level rise, and major threats to security. One stat in all this: if we continue business as usual, the latest science shows that by 2070, we will have over 3 billion people living in regions in large economies like Brazil, Nigeria, and India, with annual mean temperatures exceeding 29 degrees Celsius, a threshold above which health and life is threatened. A sharp warning: if vast geographies turn into being unlivable for the most vulnerable, then displacement, migration, and conflict is not far away. But most worrying is the risk of cascades, that one tipping point knocks over the next and starts an unstoppable journey towards rising, unstoppable security risks. Greenland ice sheet is rapidly melting. slowing down the overturning of heat in the North Atlantic, pushing the monsoon further south, causing drought and fires in the Amazon, all triggering extreme climate security threats. In summary, the scientific message is that climate-induced security risks will increase in the future. We know this. And that we so far are more likely to underestimate the pace and scale of change. So what's the way forward? Well, the 2022 Munich Security Report confirms a 10-year trend. Climate change is now understood as a real security threat. That insight must lead to a reframing. The journey to 50% global emission cuts by 2030 and a net zero world economy by 2050 is not an environmental agenda. It's not an energy agenda. It's a global security agenda. Global governance must be strengthened to match the global climate security risks. For example, by making climate security a standing top priority at the United Nations Security Council. We need to identify hotspots where climate stress and weak governance match. Science can help here. We have methods today through big data, machine learning assessments in regions of concern, but also solutions to build climate resilience. The current surge in energy prices, for example, reaffirms how urgently we must decarbonize our energy sector. But the high energy prices are not a result of green politics. It is a result of geopolitical instability and economic forces. To solve the climate crisis, we must see rising fossil fuel prices, though. How do we handle this in a security and responsible social way? And this is just the beginning. We face the turbulent times ahead before we land in a largely fossil fuel-free world economy. So to close, and we need to now recognize that we shift from incremental pace to exponential pace towards a zero-carbon world economy. For this, we must complement the incremental UN agencies and UN summits, perhaps with alliances for change. I'm thinking like, for example, the G7 ideas of climate clubs as proposed by the German government. The climate crisis is a world crisis, or as Secretary of State Antony Blinken just pointed out, an existential crisis that we're right in the midst of, just like Foreign Minister Annalena Baerbock pointed out. It's not an environmental issue. It's about prosperity, equity, and security. It's our agenda. It's our common agenda. Back to you, Fanny.
Thank you, Professor Rödström. You have a just reputation for saying things plainly and starkly, and you didn't disappoint today. That was a very clear, plain, and chilling, I think, laying out of what is at stake. So you've set the bar high for our panel. We hope to make concrete progress in the next hour and a bit on coming up with something to make us all feel slightly better after that very chilling laying out. So with that, I would like to invite my four distinguished panelists, His Excellency A.K. Abdul Momen, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Bangladesh. Please come and join me. His Excellency Sultan Al-Jaber, Minister for Industry and Advanced Technology and Special Envoy for Climate from the UAE. Secretary John Kerry, Presidential Special Envoy for Climate from the United States. And Secretary Franziska Brandner, Parliamentary State Secretary, the Federal Ministry for Economic Affairs and Climate Action here in Germany. Thank you all very much for joining us. And I do want to start this conversation on the linkage between the current crisis in Ukraine and the broader challenge that we face. And Mr. Foreign Minister, you raised, I think, a very pertinent question in the opening session when you asked Foreign Minister Baerbock and Secretary Blinken. You said, and I'm paraphrasing, but will this crisis enable us to take our eye off the ball from the climate crisis? And that's really where I wanted to start. So I wanted to start with you, Secretary Kerry. Do you think the Ukraine crisis on net will be good or bad for the climate agenda?
Well, first of all, it's great to be here with friends in this journey. There's actually no way to completely be sure in the answer to that, except to say that it's not what we want. It's not going to be positive because it's going to distract rather enormously. The prices of fuel will inevitably rise even more. It will push people towards the path of least resistance, which we are already too much locked into. And that will bring about the path of greatest destruction. And that's the path we are currently on. And I say that notwithstanding the extraordinary efforts of Glasgow, where we got 65% of global GDP committed to legitimate plans to achieve 1.5 degree base. Hold on to 1.5 degrees, keep it alive. But that 65% underscores that 35% isn't there. And one of those countries that isn't there is Russia. So I heard Tony Blinken appropriately remind everybody that, you know, you just can't do this alone. If Europe and the United States went to zero tomorrow, we still face the crisis because China is 30% of all emissions. And when you add up India and Russia and Indonesia, Brazil, Saudi Arabia, South Africa, and Mexico, you have 8 of the largest economies in the world, of the largest 20. And they're not contributing to that reduction. And I'm not pointing a finger to blame them, but that's critical. So what will happen, Ukraine obviously represents the challenge to values and principles and to international law that you heard earlier. And nothing that we say about climate should diminish the reality of that crisis. But you also heard Secretary Blinken say this is existential. President Biden says this is existential. And President Biden would follow that up by saying, if it's existential, we have to behave like it's existential. And today, we're on a too much business as usual track. We just are. We see a resurgence of gas and coal at the very moment where momentum should have been building for transition. When you don't have to be doing that, you could be building out significant renewable. I'm not going to sit here and pretend that renewable by itself is going to get the job done. We're going to have some baseload capacity, certainly in the transition. And that means you will need some gas. You will need even possibly some nuclear. But we're not doing what we need to bring the world together around any of those options. And so we are, as Johan said, on track to exceed not only 1.5, not only 2, but 2.5, 2.7, perhaps even worse. And we just read in the papers the other day that sea level rise predicted to go to a certain level by the end of the century is now going to get to that level by the mid-century. Everything is accelerating. We are not accelerating sufficiently, and that's the challenge.
So we'll come to what all of this means for the prospects of global cooperation in a second. But first, Franziska Brandner, what will the consequences of this crisis be in Europe? Because on the one hand, Europe is leading in the climate debate and in terms of its behavior. But on the other hand, Europe, and particularly Germany, is enormously dependent on Russian gas. So how is the climate agenda and the commitment of Germany and the Europeans going to be affected by this?
Yes, thank you for hosting this event on climate security, because I think it's key that we do talk about the nexus of climate protection and security. And to your question, I think that we have seen, of course, that we have the gas and oil prices going up dramatically for different reasons, corona, geopolitical reasons. We have seen in Germany that part of our gas reserves, those from Gazprom, are empty in the winter. So we have seen that the prices are sparking for different reasons. And for us, it's a need to accelerate, as you said, because we see that if we want to ensure our energy security in Germany and in Europe, we have to be better and faster on renewable energies. And that's for us really the first reaction to the crisis we are facing, to the energy prices, because the renewable energy is very cheap. What we see is the increase in oil and gas. And I think that we should not allow the spin that this is a green inflation, that we have an energy price going up because of the renewables being allowed to take roots, because it's the opposite. We have an increase because of oil and gas. And that's why we have to get faster and better on renewables. And that's what we're working on in the ministry, to be faster, better, and really be at the front. And second is that we need to reduce our gas and energy needs. We need to be more prudent in how much we need. This is a second strand, and we just have to become more resourceful and better at using that. And third, it's a diversification. That's a German European issue. It's not an easy one for us, but I think it's really urgent and important that we do diversify from where we do import our energy. We are working on this. It's not an easy one. It won't be tomorrow, but I think it's important to work on. And last one, which is important because you said, you know, it might hamper the climate agenda if we don't do it in a social way. And that's why we as a government are really going ahead with social help for those who cannot afford, you know, the high energy prices. And I think if we don't do this, then we would really lose out on the climate agenda. So to balance it with a social agenda is very key for us to work internationally. And I can, you know, Mr. Kerry, what you just said, I think we're still in the logic that those who want change need to justify their action. And it should be the other way around, that those who do not want to act, who want to defend the status quo, have to justify this. And I think that hopefully we'll get this, that everybody who says, I'm not changing, needs to say why. And no longer those who are ready to change need to justify why they want to change.
Thank you. So, Sultan Al-Jaber, what is your perspective from the UAE? When you watch the increase in energy prices, and you see the energy increase in prices, do you think that surge is going to affect the politics around climate change?
Well, allow me first to start by thanking you for moderating this very important forum. And I would like to also acknowledge my esteemed and distinguished delegates and colleagues participating in this very important panel. And allow me also to take advantage of this opportunity to thank the organizers for their kind invitation. Your question is in fact a timely one, and the answer is very simple. Why is the world today faced with such an increase in energy prices? It is simply happening because there is a supply crunch. We are dealing with a real, unprecedented supply crunch. Why is the world, though, dealing with a supply crunch? Simply because we have not been pragmatic in addressing this global issue when it comes to climate change. We have been somewhat emotional, and we have been, in a way, process-oriented rather than us being or adopting a pragmatism as far as the approach is concerned. We have not been realistic, and we have not been very practical. We have been working on pledges rather than focusing our efforts on translating those pledges into real actions. So a supply crunch is simply taking shape today because of the underinvestment in conventional sources of energy. Allow me to use this opportunity to just give you a quick snapshot on what the UAE saw 16 years ago. 16 years ago, a major oil-producing nation, we possess the 5th largest oil reserve in the world and the 6th largest gas reserve in the world. We simply saw the writing on the wall. We have a progressive, visionary leadership that took a bold step to address climate change by investing and advancing renewable energy. The whole world was puzzled at the time when the UAE announced a comprehensive approach to advancing renewable energy. Everyone was questioning, why would a major oil-producing nation proactively seek a key role in helping address climate change while investing heavily and deploying such great capital into renewable energy? To us, it was very simple. Number one, we want to act as a true responsible energy player. We also know the sustainability of in order for us to maintain our position in the global energy markets, we need to invest in decarbonizing our energy system. And I talk here about the energy system, not one single source. As such, we invested in renewable energy, we invested in nuclear, and today we are the largest investor when it comes to renewable energy. And we invest everywhere in parallel of our investments in reducing carbon emissions from our conventional sources of energy.
So you said at the beginning of that intervention very rightly that the world has not been pragmatic. That was your point. The world has not been sufficiently pragmatic, therefore we have a supply shortfall, therefore we've had a large surge in energy prices. My question, Foreign Minister, to you is to build on that and really to answer the question that you yourself posed of Secretary Blinken, which was whether you thought that this current crisis would act as an accelerant or whether it would actually set the progress of climate change, would slow it.
Thank you. Thank you for your question. You see, I'm so glad that today the Senator Kerry is here. And I have been a supporter of him ever since 1984, when he ran for Senate first time from Massachusetts. And ever since, I am a great fan. And I'm so pleased here today. I see Speaker, Nancy Pelosi is here. Another great support for the climate change. Given them, and I believe we have a hope. One day we'll achieve it. Because I'm always optimistic, and I believe that if there is a will, there is a way. Now, to answer your question, see, this little things comes up now. The Ukraine problem is coming up. And my fear is whether it might delay or derail the commitment that we have made to the climate change issue. I am very thankful to Secretary Blinken. He said, no, this is an existential problem, and USA will stick to it, will remain with it. Now, when I look at it, I see what we want to save this planet Earth. We are looking forward only 4 or 5 issues. I represent, we are the president of the Climate Vulnerable Forum, a 55-nation forum representing 1.4 billion people of the planet Earth. And their contribution to global emission is less than 5%. My own country, Bangladesh, is one of the most climatically vulnerable countries, although our contribution to global emission is 0.047%. Nothing, but we are suffering. I believe we need, let's say, 4 items. Number one, we need commitment from all the countries, especially those who are the larger emitters, so that the global temperature cannot exceed 1.5 degrees centigrade. That's the goal. And whatever is necessary, we should do. Second is that and I thank John Kerry, he said that the $100 billion that is committed for the developing countries and LDCs for taking initiative to reduce the global emission, at the same time increase renewable energy. And we need that fund, and earlier the better. And the third one we need technology transfer. We also like to have more renewable energy. My friend Sultan was saying about the renewable energy. They did an excellent job. We would like to do, but we don't have funding, neither the technology. Therefore, we would solicit technology. Recently, you will be happy to know, our Prime Minister, in order to have more renewable energy, what she did, she scrapped 10 coal-based power plant, amounting to $12 billion foreign FDI, foreign direct investment. She just, canceled it. That's the commitment. Although we don't know where we'll get fund to have more renewable energy. We want to have 40% at least by 2030, 40% to our energy renewable. The fifth thing we want is every year in my own country, thousands of people are uprooted from their homes, from their sweet traditional jobs due to river erosion. You see the global warming because of the sea level rise. And what they do, they crowd in the cities and towns creating slums. And the government has to take the responsibility to rehabilitate them. I believe it is time for global leadership to come forward and share the burden of rehabilitation. Here I have a question of security. Security is, nowadays, 6.5 million people have been uprooted from the coastal belt in Bangladesh, and they have been rehabilitated within the country. But if there is 1 meter rise, which is most likely, there would be around 20 to 30 million people who will be uprooted from their homes. If such a large number is uprooted, what will you do? They will move to other countries. They will, whether you have strict discipline not to allow anyone. Instead, except USA is very safe because it's surrounded by the oceans, so no one can go. But even in Europe, these people will try to move and create a security problem. It will create already, he was saying that in the African continent, because of the drought, so many people are moving out of their homes, going another place, and creating security problem. It would be a great security problem for the whole planet Earth, for the whole country. In my own country, I can say, in 1970, there was a big cyclone. The government in power could not help, help solving the problem. As a result, they were defeated. They are defeated. And I am sure in future, if the countries don't take adequate measures, many country government will be displaced by others if they cannot handle the climate issue. So it is a awakening call that we all have to work, and I am always hopeful that if we work together in partnership, in collaboration, we can resolve. I can give one example. You see, look at USA. I lived in Massachusetts. Here we bring around 52 million watt of energy from Canada. We have a very good partnership, so we can bring them. It's so easy. When there was Sandy in New York, you see, disaster, for a few days, everything basically was closed down. But in Bangladesh, we face number of disasters. We never closed down everything. So I was thinking that when Sandy happened, they put there all the power generation, all those things in the basement, and the water came and flooded. They got in trouble. We don't put in the basement. We put, a few floor up, so that if there is, water, every house has a generator. So we never get out of electricity.
You have resilience.
Yeah. So we have our own homegrown technology. Maybe we can share those technology for betterment of all of us.
Thank you, Foreign Minister.
Thank you.
I'm sure Secretary Kerry will be taking you up on that. After that initial round, I'd like, first of all, please do put your hands up if anyone wants to intervene at any time. I'd like this to be as interactive as possible, and I will call on some of you. Speaker Pelosi, I may call on you too, if that's okay, at some point, just to get your perspective. But I want to start, and you, Foreign Minister, you put it very well. You say we need cooperation, financing, tech transfer, and global leadership. And the United States is central to all of those, Secretary Kerry. But on this question, I don't think anybody now doubts that climate change is a security question. It is a question of all of our securities. It is right and proper that it is top of the agenda here at the Munich Security Conference. But if you look at this immediate crisis, you see an increase in cooperation and strengthening of the transatlantic alliance, I would say, on the one hand. And on the other hand, you see, as you yourself just said, worsening relations with China and with the United States, and endless editorials being written about the end of the post-war order and the rise of new authoritarian-led order. In that order, would you need to change the approach to global cooperation on climate? And can you wait for everybody to be on board? Do you have to calibrate the way you go about this, given the geopolitical realities we're in now?
Well, first of all, I want to thank Mr. Momin for helping me get elected. That's critical. He's frequently reminded me that I owe him my career. Obviously, the situation with China has complicated our ability to be able to do what we needed to do. I've known Minister Xie Zhenhua for years, 20, 25 years. We have a terrific relationship, but he has been restrained at times by the geopolitics. And I went to China twice in the last year, 2 days, middle of COVID. We met in London for a couple of days. We've had over 40 meetings, 35 of them or so virtual. And we found a way forward so that in Glasgow, we were able to come together, which I think was critical. because China is, as I said earlier, 30% of all the emissions in the world. And unless China is helping to do what we did in Paris, which is come aboard, be part of the process, help to lead, which helps, frankly, with the G77 and other countries in the world, we can't get there. Nobody can get there. So China is only injuring itself if it doesn't take part, if it isn't a full partner. The key now is to recognize that China is bringing new coal-fired power online. The IEA, Fatih Birol, tells us that in order to achieve our goal by 2030 of reducing emissions by 45%, we will need all countries to be part of that, but we have to get rid of, we have to diminish coal power by a minimum of 870 gigawatts of coal-fired power. Currently, not only is that not happening, but another 300 gigawatts is coming online just in China, and that's without measuring what's happening in Malaysia, Vietnam, Indonesia, other countries. So, frankly, the only way we win this battle, as far as President Biden is concerned, and I'm concerned, is we must change the current paradigm. We have to change the mold. We have to break the mold. It's not working. It won't work. We have to bring the critical 20 countries together that equal 80% of all the emissions on the planet and come up with a unified plan for how we will finance, share technology, and help countries to make the transition. And that includes helping all of the less developed world that needs to understand they don't have to build a coal-fired power plant to provide power. We can help them with alternatives over the course of these next 8 to 10 years. There are a couple of critical factoids to keep in front and center in our minds as we go forward. Number one, this is not politically driven. This is not ideological. This is about math, mathematics, and physics. And it is the scientists who are telling us what we must achieve to avoid the worst consequences of the climate crisis. I hear lots of countries and companies saying, we're buying into net zero by 2050. But I got to tell them and everybody else, if we don't do the 45% plus reduction between now and 2030, there is no net zero by 2050. We will have blown through the 1.5, which many scientists say we already have done. So it is critical that we accelerate everything we are doing. And that begins with the mitigation that must be achieved in order to keep alive the minimization of the damage to all of our countries. The scientists are not telling us if by 2030 you achieve the 45%, you've eliminated the problem. No. They're telling us that that is the only pathway to avoiding the worst consequences of this crisis. And even if we got to net zero by 2050, we have to suck 1 trillion tons of CO2 out of the atmosphere and find some place to put it. This is a monumental innovation, technology, research and development challenge. We are not close to the kind of global consortia we need to be developing the technologies that are going to help us through, and not even close to deploying the existing technologies, wind, solar, and other power sources, which are quickly going to reduce the emissions we need to save the options here. So that's the choice. It's pretty fundamental, and it is dictated completely by an absence of China, US, Russia, Ukraine inputs. It is dictated by simple mathematics and physics and the reality of what the evidence is saying to us now. We just learned from Mother Nature that the predictions of the end of the century rise in sea level are now accelerated and are going to happen by 2030. These are things that are baked in, folks. And it's already costing us trillions of dollars that we spend every year to undo the damage. So it's time for common sense, time for reality, time to do what's necessary to address this crisis.
It is time for common sense and time for reality, but the reality of the immediate geopolitical situation we find ourselves in is not one where the big emitters are cooperating. So, Franziska Brandner, Germany is running the G7 this year. You are, at the helm of climate action. What is Germany going to do to turn, the fine aspirations of this panel into real concrete progress? What are you yourselves going to do that is perhaps a game changer? Are there policy changes? Are there things that you can do in Germany to show that you are really accelerating this? And what are you going to do through the G7?
Yes, thank you for the opportunity to share a bit what we plan on doing. We have a real, I would say, very ambitious package on renewable energy inside Germany. Solar, but wind as well. 2% of our country with wind energy, solar on all the roofs, so it's quite massive. And we want to speed up the processes because that's also part of the reality, is that we're too slow. That we need to be faster in the rollout of our new energies. And the second one is that we want to really decarbonize also our industry sector by sector with carbon contracts for differences. In the agricultural sphere, we have also our approaches on transport, etc. So we really go sector by sector. And if you're interested, I can say more in detail, but it's quite ambitious. And on the G7, I'm glad that you said that, because we really have quite an ambitious G7 agenda. We would like to advance on the question of carbon pricing and making sure that we find ways to compare implicitly, explicitly pricing so that we can avoid carbon leakage. Because we have, on the European level, the debate about the carbon mechanism at the border so that we can prevent carbon leakage. We would like to make this at an international level and already start also at the G7. We have at the G7 new energy partnerships. We have one with South Africa. We want to really strengthen it, make it larger, because we think we need to share technologies, as you said. It really needs to be partnerships, sharing technology, supporting it financially. And we have to deliver on the pledge. You have mentioned as well, the $100 billion. And we are committed to delivering. So it's via partnerships, it's via bigger frameworks. You might have heard about the Climate Club. So we really want to drive the international agenda. We're also working on hydrogen, green hydrogen. Minister, you're sitting here. It's one of the issues we're cooperating on. So we need to really push on several fronts. And I think, what we see is that we have actually also a lot of companies, scientists joining the agenda and are not blocking, but are very happy that we can move forward. And I think that's what gives me hope, because you said, we need to act now. My impression is there are many actors out there doing what needs to be done. And sometimes it's rather us as politicians being behind and still blocking, and not the other actors. So I hope that we can, release all the energy that is out there.
Let's now open to some questions and comments from the floor. And I'd like to start with Catherine Wong, who is a policy specialist of climate and security risks at the UNDP. Catherine, your first question from you. Right there. If you stand up, then they'll find, yes, there.
Thanks so much. Thanks, first of all, to the moderator and to the panelists for the excellent intervention so far. I think often policymakers feel like there's a trade-off between climate and environment on the one hand and development, peace and security on the other. And so my question to the panelists is, do you see that there is a trade-off, or are there win-win opportunities? And what would those opportunities be? Thank you.
Thank you. Sultan Al-Jaber, maybe we start with you with that first, and then I'll turn to the Foreign Minister here. Is there a trade-off between climate and development and peace and security?
Absolutely. In fact, in my view, resilience and adaptation is going to be a central theme going forward if we're serious about addressing such a global challenge. And frankly speaking, We can't miss this opportunity. We can't keep viewing climate change as a threat or as a problem. We need to shift gears. We need to build on the great momentum coming out of Glasgow. We need to build on the unprecedented will, commitment, and passion clearly being demonstrated and genuinely being demonstrated by the United States of America and the way they're driving the climate action agenda in coordination with many countries around the world. This is a new way of engagement in terms of our efforts in addressing the climate challenge. For us, energy transition is something we embrace. We accept it, we embrace it. No one can deny the fact that energy transition represents a multi-trillion-dollar opportunity. It will create new jobs, new industries, new technologies, new economic sectors. And what are we all here talking about here today? We're talking about one thing and one thing only. And let's come to terms with some facts on the ground here. Our primary objective, or our primary goal, is to hold back emissions. We are not in any way interested in holding back development or progress. What does that mean? We need to strike a balance. The world will have to grow. So growth is coming. While we are all very much focused, laser focused on reducing carbon emissions. So what's required here? Disruption, a meaningful disruption, whereby we make technology available, we make smart capital available, and we ensure that we institute the right policies that will help cater for the advancement of such clean energy solutions. At the same time, we need to accept that we need to be flexible when it comes to the regulatory framework. We cannot be approaching it the way we did in the past. A one-size-fits-all policy will not work anymore. We have to customize the approach to cater for different agendas and different demographics and different geographies.
Thank you. There are now lots of hands going up. First of all, yes, gentlemen there at the back, right there, yes. I will get to all of them.
Yes, hello, my name is Dan Smith. I'm director of the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute. And I think it's a fascinating panel. And I have one question which is a kind of amateurish question and one that comes from my professional background. The amateurish question is there's $500 billion spent on direct costs in subsidizing the fossil fuel industry worldwide. And estimates of indirect costs because of various reasons go up as high as $5 trillion. I guess my question is, can we have some of that money back and start spending it on the transition rather than on poisoning ourselves? Or am I being just a fraction too simple-minded? And then my question from the more professional background is the brown to green transition that we're talking about is A, essential, B, extraordinarily exciting, and C, we know a transformation on that scale must carry risks. There will be losers as well as winners. No. There will be pushback from people who pay short to middle term costs because of the disruption. Are we starting to think about managing the risks of the brown to green transition, which is, as I say, absolutely essential? It's just as important as the Minister said it's done right, and that's one aspect of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Your two questions are not unrelated, so I think I might, if it's okay, ask the panelists to combine them. And Foreign Minister, I'm going to start with you. Actually, just a simple answer. Does your government subsidize fossil fuels?
Pardon, what was the question?
One question was about why we carry on subsidizing fossil fuels.
Why?
Why countries carry on subsidizing fossil fuels. And the second question is there a balance to be struck between the brown and the green transition, so the social costs of the transition? Yeah. So my question to you is, does your government subsidize fossil fuels? And if so, why? And when will you stop that? And I'm going to ask it of all of you, actually.
Okay. You see, the fossil fuel, these people are subsidizing. In our country, you see this, we normally subsidize much less, but we are highly dependent on imported oil and fossil fuel. And as a result, you see, and we are in a development process, in the very beginning of the development process. And there you need to have factories running, the electricity is running, and therefore at times we do. But in the process, we have reduced subsidizing them. You will be happy to know from the coal-based company, we don't give any subsidy. But in the oil base, still there is some. But in future, the program is we would be reducing. And that's why we want to have more renewable. We want to get away with all those, fossil fuel-based energy. But the problem, we don't have technology, neither money. We want to have all our vehicles, for example, electric vehicles. But we don't have the technology to have it. We don't have the money to replace all the old things that we have. So there we need partnership. There we need support from our development partners, concessionary, financing. And that's why we're asking for it. Because we don't want to, but till today, this carbon emission is less than 0.047. You see, because we control. We don't have, use any polythene bag, for example. We have replaced them with biodegradable jute bags. And so in varieties of ways, we are trying to help improve the renewable energy. And the question that we are subsidizing, it has been reducing a lot. In addition, in our society, we have a large emission is from the methane gas. And therefore, we need, countries to come forward and use our garbage to produce, renewable energy. Because methane gas comes from those garbage a lot. And here, we don't have the technology. Neither, we are not getting much support on it.
So with more technological, you might not need to do.
So there is a partnership is needed.
Can I I think all of your governments subsidize fossil fuels. I don't need to go through everybody. And I'm not doing this to embarrass you, but I'm more to say that it is a scale of the question. Yes, Secretary Kerry.
I'm happy to say that we shouldn't be subsidizing fossil fuel at all at this point in time. If there's any subsidy that's needed, it's a subsidy to the new technologies that are promising clean. For instance, green hydrogen or battery storage or alternative renewable in the form of wind and solar, which did have some efforts and initiatives, but then they lost them. But we spent about $2.5 trillion in subsidies for fossil fuel in the last 4 or 5 years, $440 billion last year alone. If you want a definition of insanity, it is subsidizing the cause of the very problem you're trying to solve. That's what we've been doing. And so we're caught in this false argument also about development versus the environment. It's completely fraudulent, it's exploitative, it's demagoguery at its worst. And it continues to present people with a false choice. The fastest growing job in America last year was wind turbine technician. Third fastest growing job was solar panel installer. And the fact is that if you go around the world, you'll see the opportunities that exist. No one has ever properly accounted for the cost of fossil fuel. What is the price to the warming of the oceans that comes from the black carbon and the acidity that is increased in the ocean? What's the cost of that to human beings? The loss of coral reefs, the changing of our fisheries and the loss of fish. I mean, you run through the list. Black lung disease, that's never factored into the cost of coal. The soot and the ash and the destruction of lakes and streams and the loss of fishing as a result of that, that's not factored into the cost. So let's have a true accounting. The accounting that comes from fossil fuel subsidies, fossil fuel damage, the threat to these nations. We spent $265 billion in America a few years ago cleaning up after 3 storms, Maria, Harvey, and Irma. Irma had the first winds of 180 miles an hour for 24 hours or something. I mean, when do you begin to tune in to what is really happening? That's the danger. That's why I talk about business as usual. And by the way, we've been through massive transition in our economies historically many times over. The Industrial Revolution, in the most recent changes in our communications and technology in America. I represented a state that used to make shoes and leather products and textiles, and then that went south, and then it went south from America to south to Mexico, and then to Asia. But our unemployment rate is 3.9%. It's not that people are unemployed because the new jobs come in. The jobs of providing this new energy economy that is staring us in the face presents jobs for engineers and architects and pipe fitters and plumbers and electricians and heavy equipment operators and all the things we need to do to build a genuine smart grid in all of our countries. And if we did it right, we'd be helping the less developed world to be doing that on a rapid basis. But right now, Bangladesh, the island states, are in many cases forced, because of the developed world's unwillingness to recognize its responsibility, they're forced to confront moving altogether, leaving their state. 2/3 of Bangladesh is at risk of being wiped out by the current level of water that we will see in this century. What do they do about that? Where are they going to move to? You think the confrontation on immigration and movement of peoples, migration, is bad today? Wait till you see what happens when Africa's when the production capacity of Africa is lost, and you could run around the world with all the examples. So this is really the critical year, during which we will either prove we're serious and we're going to try to do what we have to do in 10 years, or we can't do it, in which case we will be spending trillions of dollars cleaning up the mess and trying to cope with the crises.
Thank you, Franziska Brandner.
Thank you.
Dan, I wanted to get back to your question on how do we manage the transformation so that we don't spark war or conflict, at least, because I think it's a very important question. And of course, the more time you have, the easier the transformation. And we have little time, so it will be a fast transformation. And I think what our responsibility is to not repeat the same mistakes we did in the past when it comes to oil, gas, etc., that we take out energy and the people in the concerned countries don't really have a lot from it. So that we make sure that we do it really in a partnership, and that we work together and make sure that our companies that do it are not corrupt, don't use corrupt businesses, that we do support transparent structures, etc., that we do diversify, that we do not repeat the mistakes we have done in the past. That's one dimension. The second is that we really do share technology and do cooperate and invest and help financially in the transformation in many countries that are willing but just don't have the resources for doing it. And then third one, where I think it's important is that we also help in the transformation of the labor skills. Because it is not always the same, and we need to be much faster on that. And then we need to incorporate it in mediation, conflict prevention, all the dimensions we have built in our security sector, where we have sometimes now incorporated the mitigation adaptation processes, but not everywhere. To really build in the thought of resilient structures that do support peace and are linked to resilience and infrastructure. And if I may, because I think it's, for me, one of the issues I'm working on these days is how climate change will impact pandemics and what we need to prepare on. And as that's what you said, how they're interlinked. Dengue fever, we don't know it in Europe yet. We have mosquitoes now in Portugal, Greece, south of France. We never expected to be there a couple of years ago. So it's moving up north, but also further south. So we see that entire pandemics that we thought will never touch us or not touch many parts of the world will spread much faster. So how do we prepare the response to that? How do we, because we have the financial power, invest now in it to be ready, because otherwise there will be economic disasters, etc. So the forethinking of what will come, as you said, in mitigation, and what we, as the richer countries, need to invest now. And I think these are, several dimensions to think about when, in terms of making the transformation peaceful.
Thank you. There was a lady in pink had a question, and then we'll get on to the other three there.
Thank you. My name is Hannah Neumann. I'm a member of the European Parliament. Usually I like controversial panels. This one so far has not been so controversial, but that makes one question quite glaring. If we all now have put the issue high up on the agenda, what is the problem? We heard the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Bangladesh saying for him the problem is technology and money. I guess that's something that can be fixed. But what else are the key problems why we are not moving ahead with the same speed that our talk has changed over the past years?
Thank you. That's an excellent question. Yes.
Can I take that, please?
Yes, of course.
Allow me, please, to answer your question, and in a way, I'll also touch the question asked earlier about the risks associated with the energy transition. First of all, we must understand the energy transition. We embrace it, yes. We all accept it, yes. But do we understand that it's only a transition? And transitions usually take time. If we go back in history, any successful transition was built on a practical roadmap, not an emotional roadmap. So here, what we're dealing with today, all of a sudden, everyone expects that the energy transition will happen only with a flip of a switch. And that's exactly what we're dealing with today, the supply crunch and the surge in energy prices. And that's very unfortunate. I'm not in any way trying to say that we're happy about it. We are not. It goes absolutely against our strategic objectives. What we need to do here, and I go back again to balancing and aligning development while we mitigate risk, and growth and reducing carbon emissions. We are all aiming here to reduce carbon emissions. None of us is interested in slowing economic growth, nor are we interested in slowing down progress. So we need to develop a clear roadmap, and what is a critical success factor for us, as far as I'm concerned, when you talk about energy transition, please include the energy experts, because they know about energy. Don't discuss or think that you're going to come up with solutions to address energy transition without having the experts around the table. And that is one theme we are going to be promoting for COP28 in Abu Dhabi, is inclusivity and flexibility, ensuring that everyone is going to be included and everyone is going to be involved.
There was a question, yes, behind you there. Yes, gentleman there. You stand up.
I have a question to Secretary Kerry and German colleague. Since we can't see solution from renewables anytime soon, and when we really can start talking about nuclear options, because we have now running 430 nuclear power plants globally. To solve the problem, it seems that we should start build and reach around 4,000 plants globally. China just announced building another 150 plants. It will cost us around between $3,000 and $5,000 per kilowatt installed capacity, which means around 12 and 20 trillion dollars. Who, how will finance it? What studies to go from uranium 235 cycles to uranium 238 cycles and plutonium? And how serious will we're really about solve this problem of climate change? Thank you.
Give me that. The question was about nuclear and how important is, and I'm going to shorten your question a little bit, but how important is nuclear as part of the mix, and what concretely will be the progress on that?
Okay.
If you could be brief, because then I quickly get a view from the others as well.
Here comes some controversy to satisfy your passion there for it. Just build on what my friend Sultan said also. Yes, we need oil and gas industry at the table, no question about it. And yes, to transition, you actually need a, quote, transition. You've got to move in a way that works and is reasonable, but you have to be guided by the science. You can't turn that this could be a 30-year period or whatever. The science is telling us that if we don't move by X speed, we won't get there. So that has to constantly be the guide as we sit there and say to the people who need to transition, you got to speed it up. We have to go faster. Now, in many parts of the world, there are many countries which are so impoverished and so, at the starting point of their energy sector, that you can provide them with something they don't even have. We have 1 billion people who have no electricity. We can begin by doing things that are clean. They don't have to be asked to repeat the mistakes that we've made, for sure. and we can develop. So it's not a choice between one or the other. Secondly, many countries that also have a base of either coal or gas or oil as their sort of base load capacity today, they can transition, it depends on which sector of fuel you're talking about, in a different rate. But gas, for instance, gas can be used as a transitional fuel, and it might be more than that for the longer term if somebody comes up with CCUS, with carbon capture, storage, and utilization. We haven't finished that journey yet. So it may be that that will be one of the things that saves us from the brink that we're not aware of yet. But you can't build out 30 and 40-year infrastructure of gas, which is what will currently happen, and be stuck with stranded assets and gas that doesn't have carbon capture and storage. That is as bad as ignoring the problem fundamentally. So gas can play some role. Coal does not have a fundamental role in this, unless somebody discovers something by miracle that we don't even think of today. And believe me, people have tried. So coal is the dirtiest fuel there is. And yet we have people still bringing coal online. That just is, again, not nonsense. But for many of those people making that choice, the world has not stepped up, particularly the developed world, and helped to say, here's your alternative. We're going to help you with something else. So you could provide a coal-dependent country. This is what we're going to try to do in Indonesia and in South Africa and elsewhere, Vietnam, is say, you don't have to build that coal plant. We can help you with the following kind of plant. And for the moment, we're kind of stuck with a gas turbine or you know, in some cases, they can feed off of nuclear. Germany, for instance, is buying nuclear from France as it closes its nuclear plants and its coal. But they're in a transition. They have a vision and a plan for how they're going to ultimately take care of the base load. I personally believe, and not everybody believes this, my belief is that we can't get there as fast as we need to without some component of nuclear in that mix. And I believe that the research Bill Gates is doing, pushing a new design and a new concept in Wyoming, the research being done in our laboratories, the research being done in other countries is pushing the capacity to be able to find out if there is a small modular nuclear reactor that may be able to avoid the proliferation challenge, the waste challenge, and the meltdown challenge, so forth, the safety issues. We have in the United States a couple of small modular reactors. I just got briefed on it the other day by the Energy Department. They run, they could be hooked up. They are more expensive, but nobody factors in all the other costs I talked about. If you put that into the cost comparison, you might have something far more competitive. I'm a Navy guy. I was in the Navy for 4 years. I worked with ships that ran on nuclear power. Wasn't on one, but worked with them. We have had Navy ships in our Navy and elsewhere in the world for, 70, 80 years. We never lost a sailor. We've never had a spill. We've never had an accident. It seems to me that the capacity to look at next generation, where you may be able to create modular, standardized parts. One of the reasons nuclear is so expensive today is everything's a one-off. And so it is monumental expensive. I'm not saying this is going to be the solution. I'm saying we're in a place where we need to do an all of the above an effort to figure out what works and what doesn't work. And the marketplace and the citizens of countries will make the decision ultimately as to what is accessible, what they're willing to accept and do or not. But we don't get there if we're not pushing this larger set of choices. And I think governments have a responsibility to try to help reduce the costs, create the standardized choice, and we'll see where we are. We can get there, folks. I want to leave one, sorry, I'll stop.
I'm just going to ask you to leave it there because I'm hoping that we will get this division of opinion that our previous questioner was looking for. Franziska Brandner, how do you react to what Secretary Kerry says? Isn't nuclear going to have to be part of the mix? And by not allowing for nuclear to be part of the mix, isn't Germany preventing the most efficient route to a green future?
No. The answer is easy, it's no. And you gave part of the answer. You said nuclear is monumentally expensive. Exactly. And we have energy that is getting so cheap, which is renewable energies. So why would we go for something that's monumentally expensive when we have the cheap option? I don't get it. That's the first part of the question. So we really have a much cheaper way that we can go on renewables. We will need gas, yes, and we will need, you know, as you said, CCS, some other part of it.
But can we make gas not a 30 or 40-year proposition?
Yes.
You think so?
I think we can speed it up much
faster. The gas industry doesn't think so.
We are working on making sure we have the, you know, on the phasing out.
I hope so, honestly, because it's the only way it works.
We are, you know, we in Germany, in the EU, we're phasing it out. We're setting hard targets when it has to be H2 ready, so that we can have, you know, probably hydrogen coming through the pipelines, and otherwise they cannot be financed if you don't make them hydrogen ready, and they need to be switched. You're laughing, you will make money out of it. But I want to add one point, because we're at the security conference. And you said, you know, we will find some nuclear way without proliferation risks. I want to see that. And as a government, we have taxpayers' money that we can spend once and wisely. And I think that we, as the richer countries, we have to develop the technologies that can be used in every single country of this world. Every single country, not just the ones we trust. So we have the responsibility to use the technologies and export them to every single country. And I'm really not a fan of exporting nuclear technology to every single country in this world. And already for this reason, it's a purely security reason. It's not an environmental reason. For security reason, I prefer to finance and sponsor as a state the other options that are cheaper and more reliable.
Minister Alderweireld, what's your take on this?
In my view, the only way to maneuver through the dynamics of the energy transition is for us to adopt a diversified energy mix approach. And that's exactly what we did in the UAE. We continue to invest in decarbonizing our oil and gas by applying CCUS. And by the way, we're the only nation that have captured 800,000 tons for carbon capture and storage, and we're going up from 800,000 tons to 5 million tons by 2030. We also installed nuclear power for baseload, and we're investing heavily in renewable energy. We are the home of the three largest solar power plants and the three largest lowest cost solar power production plants in the world. And that is the way. Invest in reducing carbon emissions from oil and gas, because the world will need oil and gas for a number of decades going forward. Nuclear can act as a baseload, and we need to deploy capital and technology to help scale up renewable energy for it to meet the global energy requirements.
Thank you. You want to do what?
Yeah, just to say that, you know, we have been using solar energy. We have around 6.5 million households have solar energy. But we cannot do too much because it's very expensive. And there we have a problem. That's why we need to devise some windmills. We need to do some, you know, these other forms of, and that's, particularly we want to reduce our emissions. And here we need technology. I want to replace all my railway, for example, locomotives, all my vehicles. We have started it, but to make them electric-based. But there I need technology. I need concessionary financing. And if we get it, we can reduce the emissions at the same time, help improve renewable energy. We need it, but that's why we need partnership.
Thank you. Very important point. There was a question here from the lady in the second row, yes.
Nathalie Tocci from the Institute for International Affairs in Rome. I have a question for Franziska and to Secretary Kerry, a transatlantic one. I think it's quite clear that we have never been so aligned between the two sides of the Atlantic on
Can you kind of get the mic somehow? It's very hard to hear you.
You can't hear me. Okay, transatlantic question to both of you, both Franziska and to you, Secretary Kerry. We've never been so aligned on climate between the two sides of the Atlantic as with this administration. And I think that in terms of action, there have been some quite important steps forward, the Global Methane Initiative being one of them. But on some key policy questions, like carbon pricing and sustainable finance, there is still quite a bit of difference between the two sides of the Atlantic. To what extent do you think this is a problem, and what can be done about it?
Well, I don't think it's a problem. I think we can resolve it, and we will resolve it. Finance is absolutely critical, and we are working on that. Let me begin by saying, as a proposition, no government in the world has enough money to effect this transition. So again, you have to pick your sort of beginning propositions on which you build your approach. If you agree with that, where's the money coming from? The private sector, folks. The private sector. And too many people spend too much time sort of ganging up on it and not bringing. We had a record level of private sector engagement in Glasgow. We will only achieve this with the private sector ultimately breaking through on one of these technologies or through the investment process. Because the UN finance report tells us unequivocally the transition will cost $2.5 trillion to $4.6 trillion a year for the next 30 years. We haven't even succeeded until this year in putting $100 billion on the table among all the nations in the world who are committed to the Paris Agreement. So who's going to talk about trillions here? It will take massive investment and deployment of that money. Now, when I took on this job, I immediately sort of recognizing what I'd learned as I negotiated on the Paris Agreement, we need to produce those trillions. So I went to the Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan and Morgan Stanley and Bank of America, et cetera, and I said, how much are you prepared to actually invest in this transition over the next 10 years? And they came up with a figure. It's about 5 trillion de minimis between some of them plus a couple of asset managers, de minimis. And I believe when you look at the GFANs, the Glasgow Finance Alliance and other initiatives, there are double digits, trillions of dollars ready to invest. And I underscore, it's not a giveaway, it's invest.
Yes.
That's to look for return on investment, which in the energy sector, you have a revenue production from what you do. The projects produce revenue. The revenue will support finance, plus blended finance combined with some concessionary funding. We desperately need concessionary money in order to leverage the multilateral development banks and the others. It's doable. But we have to concentrate our efforts. I was on an earlier discussion with Kristalina Georgieva and the IMF, who is trying to put together about $50 billion that can be used to help do that leverage. If we will bring other financial institutions to the table and manage this, I believe the money will be there. And someone, I don't know who, but there are a lot of people trying right now. We've gone from about 400 and some $1 billion to almost $1 trillion of venture capital now actively chasing the products that will bring the technologies to the marketplace that will help us solve this problem. So whether it's the battery storage long-term, which is very difficult. I heard Bill Gates this morning say that's going to be a rough one, but it could be in this new technology of gas turbine or carbon capture and storage, maybe utilization. I read recently that in Australia, a laboratory has discovered how to actually take carbon and make it into something that might be able to be used in construction or otherwise. So I don't know. None of us can sit here and say we've exhausted the possibilities, but we know what human ingenuity can do when we put our minds to it. And already the market is moving. We created in Glasgow the First Movers Coalition, where 34 major companies, Amazon, Salesforce, big banks, Bank of America, some other banks, Volvo made a commitment that 10% of the steel they use to make cars will be green steel. Lafarge Holcim a cement manufacturer. They're now making green cement. The shipping industry, Maersk stepped up, said the next 8 ships we build will be carbon-free. So as we generate a new era of exploration by creating these markets, the world is going to change faster than people think. And the key is to do more to accelerate that process.
Thank you. I think we have time for a couple more questions.
Can I just answer, Natalie, one? I will be quick, because I think you pointed out the transatlantic question, and you mentioned carbon pricing. Why is carbon pricing an issue? Because of carbon leakage. And I don't believe that you will get a carbon pricing system anytime soon in the US.
Well, there's a discussion about it.
Yeah.
I happen to personally support it. It is not an administration position at this time, but President Biden wants it to be examined and looked at. And I think everybody understands that a carbon pricing, if you follow this topic, is the single biggest gain you get in the reduction of emissions. It's the biggest impact, and I'm personally for it.
If we have it, it would be easy, because then we can compare it and it's much easier to deal with carbon leakage. But as long as we don't have it, we have to work on comparative mechanisms. And we have this German-US energy and climate partnership, and at the staff level and levels, they're really working on implicit, explicit comparisons of carbon pricing, which is not a proper carbon pricing mechanism. And we're putting this on the agenda of the G7. We're going on G7 on transformation of industry sectors. It's very, constructive, proactive cooperation. And we will see the OECD take up this work on implicit, explicit carbon pricing comparisons, because that's the tricky issues. How can we be more ambitious without destroying our industries, avoiding carbon leakage, without becoming protectionist? And it's not an easy thing with countries that don't have a carbon pricing mechanism, but we have to find it, and I think there's the willingness on both sides to do it.
Thank you. Couple more questions. Yes, gentleman there for it.
Esplanade.
Espen.
Hi, Espen Barth Eide. I'm the Norwegian climate minister, and right now I'm also the president of UNEA, which is the UN Environment Assembly. I just want to remind everybody that in 10 days we'll meet in Nairobi and try to set up a global negotiation on plastics and avoid plastic pollution. I mention that simply because everything here is great, and I think it's a fantastic panel. I just want to say that we need to remind ourselves that it's not only about cutting emissions, it's also about preserving nature, making sure we keep nature as a carbon sink, but also preserve biodiversity, and that we stop polluting it. And now that we actually will transform our economies, I think we will, from a 20th century linear and dirty fossil extractive economy to a 21st century circular and renewable and sustainable economy, we have to get all these things right, because otherwise we may end up solving the climate crisis, creating another one, which we don't want. So I just want to point out that on top of everything's been said, we need to remember that factor. And it's basically about get all the externalities into the economy, put the price on nature, just like we're putting a price on emissions, and then try to organize an economy where we don't any longer believe that the right thing to do is to steal from nature and spend it, but rather use it over and over again. And my very last point, which is building on my good friend Dan Smith, is that I totally agree with the argument of a just transition, and we need to think about the distribution of costs, but we also need to think about the distribution of opportunities, because we cannot leave individuals or regions of our countries or parts of the world behind in the 20th century economy which doesn't work, where the rest of us move ahead. So the distributional aspect also has to think about the distribution of the opportunity, not only of the responsibility and the cost.
Thank you very much. Thank you for reminding us that there are many additional dimensions to this challenge, and I think you're absolutely right about that. There was a couple of other people who had their hands up here, and I'd like to make sure you get your intervention. The gentleman right at the very back.
So, Tim Hall, Siemens Energy. And we work on a lot of the technologies you just described. What we're currently running into is how long it takes to implement a project. Look at Germany, the big transmission lines to bring offshore wind to the south of Germany. It's almost 8 years until we get it done. You look at the US, offshore wind. Until we get the first green kilowatt hour, probably end of the decade. UAE is a bit faster, but what can you do in order to speed up the implementation when we have the money and the technology?
Thank you. I think that is a really apposite question. You've all made extremely good interventions. We've laid out the scale of this, the challenge of it, but what can concretely be done to speed things up? And just very briefly, maybe, Franziska Brandner, to you, because you're thinking about this day in, day out. What can be done to speed this up?
We have an entire now team set up across all ministries to speed up administrative procedures, to look at where are hurdles, and not just on windmills, but also on trains, on infrastructure in general. We are collecting proposals right now, so if you have good ones, send them over. And then we will come up with the, I think, we have the goal to halve the time. And I think we will get there. But we are in a federal state, as the US, so some parts are more complicated because we also have states, we have local communities. So it's also part of the truth that you cannot just at a central level say, now we do change it, and it is a process. But we're really on it. It's part of the priorities of our government, is to halve the procedural time.
Minister, you wanted to add a word.
Yeah, I think, one of the basic elements that we must have a strong political commitment. Now, some countries have political commitment, but they don't have enough resources. Look at G20. They are the major polluters. 80% of the emissions are coming from there. Am I right? G20. So if the G20 leadership is committed that we would like to reduce our carbon emission, we can move a long way. US is showing some example. They have reduced their emissions drastically. Other countries, who are the top emission? China, India, USA, Russia, for to say, they need a political commitment. And the realization that unless we do something now, it may be too late, then trillions of dollars is not going to help. This is what we in Bangladesh have been demanding. We have to start the process of reducing it now, not tomorrow. And we need technology for our own so that we can develop more renewable energy. That's what we want. All discussion, this is basically political commitment to reach a goal of reducing temperature to 1.5 degrees centigrade. The way we are going at this is not going, it's 2.9. It would be a disaster. There would be more and more disaster across the globe. And we must stop this process. Thank you.
Minister, it's interesting that you end there because we just got a very apposite question in online from Lorenz Hemiker. This is, I think, a good question to come to the end on. And it's 5 minutes to 12. This is a common picture at conferences, but the development goes in a different direction. Doesn't the world need a plan for 2.5 degrees? So do we not need a plan B? If, we've spent a long time now discussing all the things we need to do, but does the world also need a plan B if we are not going to get there? Adaptation, resilience, more on that. Minister, you answer your own question.
We have to do both, you see, adaptation, mitigation, equally. We have to give equal importance to both. And we don't have any plan B, because this is only one planet, and we have to save this planet. So we don't have second planet yet.
We don't have second planet yet. Anybody else want to add to that?
Plan B is Plan A. If you don't do Plan A, Plan B is not going to make that much difference. And ultimately, you're going to get to that. Coming back to the question earlier, what we need to do, how many of you have seen Don't Look Up, the movie Don't Look Up? No, not very many of you. It's about an asteroid coming at the Earth and whether or not people make the decisions they should. I believe I think we can win this battle. I really believe that. I believe if we unleash those trillions, if we get people moving with respect to the technologies, make wise decisions on our energy mix, but the only way I think we will get there is by getting those 20 major economies, plus a few, there's some right on the margins of it, and they're 80% of all the emissions. If those 20 can come together, and particularly the top 6 to 8, that then will set the trend for what technologies will work, what the choices are, and we can offer less developed world. There are more than 140 countries are at percentages of 1% of emissions. They have plenty of time here to be able to get whatever it is that developed world comes together with. But if we will get those, and I think the leaders have to come together. I think there has to be a new compact. I think you have to raise this to almost a global war footing, where you are working 24/7, 365 on certain technologies and pushing the envelope, because that represents how you react to something that is existential. Otherwise, the talk of existential is ridiculous. That's what you have to do.
Thank you. It is 5 o'clock, but since I haven't had a note yet saying we must stop, I'm going to take a moderator's privilege and ask all of you to end with one very quick comment, which is you laid it out extremely well there, Secretary Kerry. The scale, we need to act. Let's be specific. Let's say the next year, the year that includes the German presidency of the G7, if all of you could think of one concrete thing, just one, that you would really like to see achieved in this year, what would it be? Francisca, let's start with you.
No, I want to see us achieve our Eastern summer package and achieve what we want to do nationally, to also showcase that it works, as you said, on our energy mix, and internationally, if we can conclude more energy transition partnerships and build on the hydrogen structure.
And what odds do you assign to that happening?
And what?
What odds? How confident are you that that will happen, that you will succeed?
Quite confident. As John Kerry just said, I'm putting in 24/7, 365, and many of us in this room as well. And I'm quite confident we will be successful.
Excellent. Secretary Kerry, what's your top priority for this year? Just one.
To work with the top emitters, with China, Russia, India, on the partnership we have to try to accelerate as much as possible to do what I just said about bringing the top emitters to mitigate sufficiently to keep 1.5 degrees alive as we push forward on the other technologies.
And Ms. Al-Jaber?
In one word, pragmatism.
I'm sorry?
Pragmatism. I'd like to achieve a good definition of pragmatism. And if you want me to elaborate, I'll be very happy to do that. Pragmatism. Why do I say that? I actually believe that one of the main outcomes of Glasgow was the fact that almost 90% of the global economy have signed up and committed to net zero by 2050. That is a phenomenal achievement on its own. What we need to do, though, is to develop, in parallel with that, clear alignment, regulatory frameworks, access to technology, invest in capacity building, invest in deploying technology, and develop a very clear action-oriented roadmap to get you to that target. Otherwise, if we're not that clear, with a very clear responsibility matrix, with clearly defined targets, I think we'll keep going in circles.
Thank you. And yours?
You see, whenever there is an emergent problem, when we work together in partnership, we resolve. Look at COVID, we resolved it. So we need two things. One is strong partnership. Second, as an indication that partnership is there, we need, from the developing countries and the LDCs, we want $100 billion now. You should start the process right now. That's what I'm expecting.
Very concrete, 100 billion now. Thank you, Minister. Thank you all. Partnership, urgency, pragmatism, and 100 billion. That's what it takes. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome anchor and reporter at CNBC in Abu Dhabi, Hadley Gamble.
Good evening, everybody, and thank you once again for joining us at this year's Munich Security Conference. Again, my name is Hadley Gamble. I am CNBC's senior international correspondent and anchor based in Abu Dhabi. I'm really thrilled to be welcoming you guys tonight to talk about a subject that all of us really want the answers to, and that, of course, is the state of the global pandemic and when it will end. I'd like to welcome my panelists now to the stage. Panelists, you may join me.
We don't lose the swear?
Nope. Hi. So.
Hi.
Hi, Happy. Hello.
Okay.
So the title, of course, of this session is Get Well Soon, Finding a Way Out of the Global Pandemic. I'd like to welcome all of our panelists. Her Excellency, the Foreign Minister of Canada, Melanie Joly. Her Excellency, Anna Lund, the Minister of Foreign Affairs from Sweden. Comfort Ero, the CEO of the International Crisis Group. And Bill Gates, the co-chair of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Now, Dr. Tedros will be joining us a little bit later on in the program. He's been held up. He's on his way from Brussels, and as soon as he gets here, we'll go to him for a few minutes for a bit of a scene setter. But I wanted to kick off, actually, and get a bit of a scene setter from Mr. Gates, because this is, I know, a topic that you've spoken on again and again. You were ahead of the curve prior to the beginning of this pandemic. Where would you assess where we are today in beating COVID-19?
Well, sadly, the virus itself, particularly the variant called Omicron, is a type of vaccine. That is, it creates both B-cell and T-cell immunity. And it's done a better job of getting out to the world population than we have with vaccines. If you do surveys in African countries, you get well over 80% of people have been exposed either to the vaccine or to various variants. And so, what that does is it means the chance of severe disease, which is mainly associated with being elderly and having obesity or diabetes, those risks are now dramatically reduced because of that infection exposure. And it's sad. We didn't do a great job on therapeutics. Only here, 2 years in, do we have a good therapeutic. Vaccines, it took us 2 years to be in oversupply. Today, there are more vaccines than there is demand for vaccines. And that wasn't true. And next time we should try and make it, instead of 2 years, we should make it more like 6 months, which certainly some of the standardized platform approaches, including mRNA, would allow us to do that. So, it took us a lot longer this time than it should have.
What's your greatest concern at this time in terms of combating COVID-19 and the potential for another pandemic? Are we going to see another pandemic before we are able to beat this one?
Well, we'll have another pandemic. It will be a different pathogen next time. We'll have some rebound. This pathogen, we don't have a tool to do eradication. We'd like to have a new generation of vaccines that would be suitable. I mean, ideally, we'd get rid of families of respiratory viruses, including the flu family and the coronavirus family. And I do think in the next decade, we can come up with an eradication vaccine. That's an aspiration, not a guarantee, but we should put R&D dollars into that. There's already a lot of work that's been done on a universal flu vaccine, and the data on that looks very promising. So we'll have rebounds, but they'll be more typical seasonal flu levels, where, of course, we don't generally shut things down, although in the future, some degree of mask wearing probably will be indicated, but we won't get death levels at the kind of acute level that we're still experiencing today as the Omicron wave passes through on a global basis.
Comfort, weigh in for us on the danger level that we're seeing globally at this point in terms of the danger of this pandemic and its impact on society.
Thank you. Don't know if you can hear me through the mic.
we've tended to see, or there's a tendency to see it as strictly a public health issue. But what we've witnessed also since the emergence of the pandemic is that it has both political implications, social implications, and security implications. We've seen how COVID has exacerbated crises in a number of war-torn or conflict-affected countries. We've seen how COVID has had an impact on humanitarian fallout already in countries that are already vulnerable. For example, in the Sahel, in East Africa, in the Horn of Africa, in Yemen, in Colombia, in Venezuela, we've seen countries that are already under strain, where you've seen already discontent against governments, where you've already seen stresses in those countries. We've seen the economic fallout from COVID, but we've also seen a degree of resilience in certain communities as well. So the picture that was painted was that Africa would suffer the worst from it, that conflicts would increase, that there will be more stresses and more strains in a number of communities on the continent, but the continent has also shown itself to be resilient as well. But we have seen the sharp edge of COVID. We have seen the discontent. We have seen the grievances. We've also seen certain governments, certain leaders misuse COVID to put in place more stricter rules, more stringent rules to close the political space. We've seen some countries use it as a way to encroach further on the rule of law as well. So we've seen it play out. So again, while there's been a tendency to focus on the public health dimension of COVID, I think it's important to understand the fallout both in the humanitarian sphere, the economic sphere, political sphere, and what that has meant, particularly for countries that are already vulnerable on the eve of the pandemic as well.
How disturbing is it to you that we see regimes like China and various other authoritarian governments taking advantage of the fact that they are able to control the populations to a much higher degree as a result of having access to their medical information and access to their movements via these apps and other devices that supposedly are keeping people safe, but at the same time allow governments a backdoor into people's lives?
Yeah, and this is a point I was saying, that we've seen certain governments, and I wouldn't target one particular government. I think we've seen already in those societies where we've seen an authoritarian trend, or where there's been an authoritarian drift, we've seen certain countries try to use it as an excuse, for example, to slow down elections, as an excuse, for example, to go after the opposition, as an excuse, for example, to use the police to clamp down on the movement of their societies as well. So it's particularly in those countries where you've already seen a standoff between their governments and society, those countries where there's already deep distrust. But these aren't just countries where that are conflict-ridden. This is countries where the governance structures of those countries were already weak, were already fragile, and there was already contestation between governments and their society as well.
Yeah, and beyond just the most vulnerable countries, that's also happening in democracies in the West, most particularly in Canada. I know that they were arresting people in Ottawa who've been protesting vaccine mandates earlier today. Foreign Minister, I'd love it if you would address that for us, because that's a deep concern to many in the West, that it seems as if your Prime Minister does not have a handle on the situation.
Well, first and foremost, I think we can be proud of Canadians that have decided to get a vaccine, and we're now at a level of 80% for all the population of Canada, kids 5 years old and up. And also, I think that we're now starting the third year of the pandemic, Hadley. People are tired, exasperated. In French, there's a saying where I come from in Canada, which we say people are tanné, they're fed up. And it is a Nordic country, and January and February are harsh months. And so at this point, definitely the mental health of Canadians is something that I have in mind and that we have in mind. Meanwhile, there's a right for peaceful protest in Canada, and we obviously want to make sure that that right is upheld, but we're past that at this point. And our biggest concern, and my biggest concern as Foreign Affairs Minister, is the foreign interference that is happening in the convoy we're seeing in Canada right now. The disinformation campaign, where it comes from, the financing of it, where it comes from. And so we know that obviously there are Canadians that have gone and protested in a peaceful manner, but there are also within the truckers' convoy some elements that are extremely preoccupying, and that led to also criminal charges, including particularly at the Coutts border between the US and Canada, where there were criminal charges laid up and also arms that were seized.
Do you believe that Donald Trump specifically has a role in what's happening in Canada?
Listen, as Foreign Affairs Minister, I won't point out somebody in particular, but we know that there is foreign interference. And that's why also we decided to go ahead and use for the first time in our country the Emergencies Act, which is an important legislation that at the same time gives, yes, authority to the government to act through its executive order, but at the same time that needs support from Parliament, and that provides also for a mandatory public hearing after its use. So we know that everything we're doing right now will be under the scrutiny of a public hearing.
Yeah.
So based on that...
These are major pieces of legislation under this Emergency Act. I mean, freezing the bank accounts of people who don't want to get vaccinated, that is a rather draconian step, no?
Well, it is for people that have been parked in front of Ottawa's Parliament and going against basically the legislation and also a lot of the bylaws. You know, as a parliamentarian in Canada, and as a minister, I don't have security. None of us have security. We don't need security usually in Canada. For every parliamentarian to go to Parliament for the last 3 weeks, we have been escorted by the police to basically continue our work, which we were elected to do. And so it's a national security threat. We took, the Prime Minister took this step very seriously, and we're going ahead. But also, there is strong support in Canada for going ahead, because at the same time, we need to make sure that we deal with this national security issue, and more than that, we need to bring more appeasement to the country right now.
Do you think this is your January 6th moment, in a sense?
No, because the posture of the government is not the same. But at the same time, it is clearly the first time that Canada is using this legislation. And this legislation was, has strong safeguards in it. We're not using neither the army, or it is within the work of the police officers right now. And we've said many times, we agree with the peaceful protests, but at the same time, residents in Ottawa in particular need to be able to continue their lives. Shops need to be open again. Businesses have suffered from this, and it is important that we continue to have a strong democracy, and parliamentarians need to be able to do their work.
Yeah. Foreign Minister Lund, I want to bring you in here because when we talk about Sweden, I mean, the Foreign Minister, Melanie, was just saying that Canada is a country that's pretty far up there in terms of latitude. When you're talking about Sweden, though, you're also obviously a Nordic country, and you've taken a very different approach to COVID. You have decided to declare the pandemic over. That was partially economic, but also about mental health as well. Walk me through your strategy.
Well, let me respond to that by making three overall reflections on this. And it's clear since about a week we have more or less taken away the restrictions in Sweden. But I think that it's important that we don't see this pandemic as an individual or social issue. It's also a geopolitical issue. It's a security issue, and we just see this pandemic as a tip of an iceberg. There is much more to come, unfortunately. I mean, it's antibiotic resistance, it's all those climate-related change that will also affect human beings. Just a few days ago, I presented a yearly declaration on foreign policy in the Swedish Parliament, and I actually appointed an ambassador to fight antibiotic resistance, because there are so many people dying of this. Even if we are concentrating on COVID right now, this is nothing that is going to go away. Also, these geopolitical tensions are actually threatening public health. And that's why we as foreign minister are so involved also in this discussion. There is also the issue of inequality, which means that is crystal clear during the pandemic that the advantage such as vaccine has been very distributed in a very unequal way. And we need to get it in another way to make progress possible for everybody. The health issue is connected across the world. That's what the pandemic has shown us. And inequalities and inequities has increased during the pandemics. And we witness a backsliding also when it comes to gender equality. And both I and Melanie, we are representing governments that has a feminist foreign policy. What we have done also is to see that women has been much more severely hurt by the consequences of the COVID. Not COVID itself, but the consequences of COVID. So we actually started to do, to bring this up as in our female foreign ministers network, and we managed to get actually a resolution through in the United Nations to see to this, because the women are being in those areas of society that has been hit the worst by the pandemic. Also part of our way of handling the pandemic has been not to have lockdowns. And in lockdowns, women has been both subjected to domestic violence, UN Women say in an increase with 30%, and also those who have to homeschool their children. So it's not just COVID and pandemic, it's the consequences of the COVID pandemic that we have to deal with as well.
Yeah, Bill, I want you to weigh in on this specifically in terms of what we've seen over the last 24 hours, G20 finance ministers meeting and essentially trying to figure out how to balance the need for economies to get back on track post-COVID and the need to combat inflation. What's your greatest concern there as economies begin to open up again?
Well, the greatest damage to the most low-income countries was the economic damage. You know, the age structure of their population and a variety of things meant, from a pure medical point of view, this is a rare disease that struck middle-income and rich countries dramatically more than low-income. Usually it's dramatically the other way. And, you know, I think it's great when a disease like this, you know, there's one small benefit to it, that it reminds people how inequitable global health is every single day. You know, there's 60 times difference in what's spent per person. There's, you know, a 40 times difference in terms of the risk of a child dying. So we live in a very inequitable world. And in terms of how we take our limited resources and improve those inequities, I do think a dialogue with the countries involved will be important. You know, would they like to take resources and catch up on bed nets? Would they like to catch up on vaccinations? You know, what are their priorities, given that they weren't able to go out and borrow money and support their economies like the rest of the world was? You know, what is that agenda? We're going to see, you know, an uptick in malaria deaths, an uptick in TB deaths, an uptick in HIV deaths. I mean, all of those things were negatively affected. And so it's great now we can have this dialogue. We've got some generosity that's coming from people realizing that this affected the entire world, and let's make sure we maximize that and spend it in the best way possible.
Is inflation, in your view, the greatest danger at this point to the global economic recovery post-pandemic?
Say again?
Is inflation the biggest danger post-pandemic?
Well, African countries have inflation at all times. In the West, yes, we forgot about inflation. We don't have much of it, but it's fairly extreme. We have commodity markets, particularly maize and wheat, with spiking prices. And so, yes, I was in Pakistan yesterday, and the biggest concern there is actually the inflation, because in that food basket, it affects the poor in a pretty dramatic way. There's different factors for why different products are having inflation, but whenever the rich world gets preoccupied with its own problems, there's a temptation to sort of forget about the suffering and the need to be generous to these other countries. And will that happen this time or not? Partly it's making sure that we bear witness to the difficulties that these countries have, and make sure that we do a better job than we did in the early stage of the epidemic.
Comfort, when you think about what happens next with regard to the most vulnerable populations, obviously we have what's happening with Ukraine-Russia crisis. You've got oil prices that have popped above 95 at different points in the last several days. Inflation, as we were just discussing, is a big concern as we try to move forward through a recovery process for post-pandemic. How difficult do you believe is it going to be for vulnerable countries going forward to get the kind of assistance they need when it comes to funding post-pandemic?
I mean, yeah, and I want to pick up with your point, but also what you were saying about one of the issues that's been exposed as a result of the pandemic, or further exposed as the result of the pandemic, is the unevenness and also the inequity of the international system. And the other thing that I think has been exposed is the lack of cooperation and unity in terms of being able to identify where those needs were very quickly as well. So today we have a situation where only 4%, for example, of the vaccines have reached those countries that have a high level of a humanitarian crisis as well. So we talk about, evenness, we talk about equity, and yet when you look close to the ground, you still see that the system itself is unable to make sure that it can guarantee access to those populations that are at the front line of the greatest needs as well. So I think one of the things that we talk about building back better, are we going to build back better the humanitarian system? Are we going to build back better to ensure that we deal with those societies that are most at the front line of the crisis? Are we going to build back better in terms of multilateral cooperation? Because we also saw at the time of an international global crisis, the Security Council, for example, was at the most dysfunctional because of those major power tensions. And we've seen how major power tensions has been overshadowed a lot of these crises as well. So when we talk about build back better, it's become a catch-all phrase. And it's become very flimsy on the ground where you, at the front line, where you see in a lot of these crises. Are you going to build back better in terms of public health systems in a number of these countries? One of the good outcomes from the Ebola crisis, for example, was the unity of the Security Council that enabled also regional organizations like the African Union to benefit from consensus that led to the creation of CDCs around the African continent, for example, that allowed for a more sort of global policy on building public health systems as well. So when we talk about build back better, we've got to be more specific, more concrete, and more clear in terms of what it means for a number of those countries that are vulnerable. Some of those countries that are vulnerable are actually in Western democracies as well. And we've seen just how fragile the distrust is between central governments and also the societies in a lot of Western countries as well. And that, I think, is something that we need to also square the circle with going forward.
I want to just do a quick round robin with the panelists. Covering this from the very beginning, as a journalist. You're reacting moment to moment. My actual last interview with Dr. Tedros, who will be joining us in a few minutes, was in Saudi Arabia on a humanitarian crisis panel. And at the time, markets were beginning to react to what we did or didn't know about what was coming. And I asked him at the time, are markets overreacting? And he said, yes, we haven't even declared it a pandemic yet. Now, of course, in hindsight being what it is, that was something quickly to have taken back off the table. But just walk us through, if the candidates would briefly, how much the media and, frankly, disinformation has hurt the world's ability, frankly, to deal with the pandemic.
Well, we are very, very concerned with, and I'm very concerned with the issue of disinformation and misinformation when it comes to the pandemic, when it comes to our democracy. Let's start with the pandemic. We know that vaccine hesitancy is linked also to the fact that there are social media campaigns that are spreading false information regarding the origin of the virus, its impacts, and also the impacts of vaccines. We see that throughout the world, this is having an impact in democracies and in countries which have and Comfort could talk more about that, but have had some issues in terms of trusting their public health authorities. But these entire misinformation and disinformation campaigns are...
It's understandable that they'd have a problem trusting their health authorities when you have Dr. Fauci giving new information every single day.
Well,
no offense to him and his knowledge,
but we know that science evolve, and definitely the idea was to make sure that we were following science. But when you don't trust your public health authorities, you put people's lives at risk. So what we want to do as a country is we want to convene experts to find out what are these narratives, who is behind them, how are they affecting communities, and what's the best way to counter them. And I think as a world, we need to come to the table to find a solution because it is for this pandemic and this crisis, but there will be other crises. And we need to know how we can be more resilient to it, as every single of our citizens are on the web and became even more in a virtual reality during the pandemic.
Bill, how well do you think the media has done at policing itself when getting the facts right? And did it damage the world's ability to fight this pandemic?
Well, I think the mainstream media did a reasonably good job. It's a little too bad that the death number that was published daily didn't say, unvaccinated X percent, vaccinated Y percent, because then people would have seen the, phenomenal difference in terms of risk of dying being somebody who wasn't vaccinated. So, maybe next time we'll find a better way to get that message out. The scale of the misinformation, once you move past the mainstream media, is so wild, you almost have to laugh about it. I mean, Dr. Fauci and I are just killing millions of people to make money. Hydroxychloroquine's this miracle cure that somehow he and I have masterminded avoiding people saving their lives by taking this thing. There's no doubt that the misinformation enhanced vaccine hesitancy, and that maps to hundreds of thousands of deaths. There's no doubt that the idea that, we need the freedom not to wear a mask, and that's some, thing that you've got to show, that in many cases that led to spreading the disease into locations where elderly people had very high death rates. And so, as we look back over the pandemic, having the politicians speak out, that doesn't work very well, because then you have a lack of trust. The CDC in our country could have been more front and center. Dr. Fauci became front and center, and the key messages about the vaccine is good, you should take it, and some level of mask wearing is good. I don't think he ever confused anybody about the primary messages that saved lives.
What about masks? I think there are a lot of people in America who are confused about whether they should be wearing a mask. And in the United Kingdom, for example, they've scrapped that altogether.
Well, that's interesting. You know, what is the downside of wearing a mask? I mean, it's got to be tough. You know, you have to wear pants. I mean, this is tough stuff. These societies are so cruel. Why did they make you wear pants? I'm trying to figure it out.
We're very glad you have yours on.
That will be on the web. For sure will be on the web.
Foreign Minister, weigh in on this in terms of Sweden specifically. Do you think that the media helped or hurt your ability to fight the pandemic and to move out of it as quickly as you have?
Can you repeat it?
Sure. In terms of the media approach in your country, how did it help or hurt your ability to get back to business as usual, to open up?
With the media?
Yeah.
Well,
disinformation.
Yeah, I think in the beginning there was a lot of very strong opinions about what was good, what was bad. There was a debate, anything. And I think it's very clear that the fact that we chose different ways, that we didn't have, for example, masks more than in very, very specific circumstances, is also because of the culture you have, if you trust the authorities or not. Since we have quite a high level of trust between authorities and the citizens, we asked the citizens to take a lot of personal responsibility and to believe, to use their common sense in a way, and absolutely get vaccinated. That's the number one when the vaccine came. But of course there was a lot of disinformation also in our society. Now when we see the kind of results of the excess death rates and so on, it shows that, for example, Sweden, who got criticized in the beginning, there was so many things I read. I had to answer so many questions for journalists all over the world. And we don't have, actually we have in fact one of the countries with the with the smallest number of excess death. Yes, we have number 5. And that means that you can choose different ways of fighting the pandemic that is suitable to your circumstances.
Yeah. Comfort, in terms of the most vulnerable areas, as a journalist, I did multiple panels for the last couple of years focusing on everything from the economic fallout to supply chain disruption. And frankly, many on the idea that more needs to be done for the underprivileged areas, for countries of low income, for vaccine distribution, et cetera. But at the end of the day, how many people were really watching those panels? How many people, other than the organizations that were holding them, like this one? My worry would be that the story of the most vulnerable countries was not being told to the degree in which it needed to be. Do you believe that the media has been helpful or more hurtful?
I mean, again, as I said, we've tended to look at the pandemic strictly within a within a public health system. And again, we've learned also over the last 2 years about the fallout and the consequences, and understanding just how extensive those are. This is yet another panel that is trying to understand the post-pandemic situation and how we reframe the conversations and how we do better coming out of the pandemic. There are conversations taking place. They're not often heard in these centers. For example, one of the stories that is often not told is the role, for example, of the African Union and the role of its own chief of CDC and the conversations he had with Africa's heads of states, lessons learned from the Ebola crisis. There are also conversations that are taking place in places like among communities in Colombia, in Venezuela, in Lebanon, also as a result of the protest, as a result of discontent, as a result of those existing grievances. So there are multiple conversations. And when you talk about issues around disinformation, I wouldn't limit it just to the media, and I would also add the social media space where we are all our own media at the end of the day when it comes down to Twitter, to WhatsApp, to Instagram. We all make up our own news at the end of the day in 240 characters, right? I can generate my own spin around the pandemic, and so it plays a double-edged sword as well. But there are other groups that I think we need to focus our attention on. We need to also look at the power of faith groups as well, that can be a source of information, source also of disinformation. We have to also look at various local community groups as well that are also a source of information and a source of disinformation. And by the way, politicians also decide what the news is and how you then craft the message around pandemic. One day we're following the scientist, the other day we're not following the scientist. When it suits us, we follow science. When it doesn't suit the public mood, when we're trying to win the battle in Parliament, it doesn't suit us to follow the scientist because the public mood suggests that we don't want to wear masks anymore, we don't want to be in lockdown anymore, we want to get out, because there are other political imperatives at stake as well. So I think, again, the pandemic has exposed a number of things that we knew were already uneven and unequal in a number of countries, and not just vulnerable countries, but also in sort of what we define as strong democracies. We've seen just how fragile some of those societies are in terms of the trust within their own communities as well.
Mm-hmm. Bill, how confident are you that we as a global community will deal with the next pandemic better?
Well, you know, there were a lot of people in 2015 after the Ebola epidemic who were talking about what needed to be done. And in this pandemic, the countries that had some exposure to SARS-CoV-1 were amongst the outliers. You know, so Australia is a true outlier. They orchestrated diagnostics, they executed quarantine policies, and they have a death rate in a different league than the other rich countries. I mean, just utterly different. And everybody had the capability to do that. They, you know, have less PCR machines than other rich countries. It wasn't something, they had more travelers coming in from China than other countries. So hopefully, you know, given so many negative things, not just the millions of deaths and the economic toll, but the lack of schooling, depression, overdose deaths. I mean, it's you know, hard to make the entire list. As you say, you know, for men, more men died. For women, more women had, you know, unacceptable burdens thrust onto them. So the cost of being ready for the next pandemic is not super large. It's not like climate change where, you know, 10 trillion, 20 trillion, these are big numbers. You know, a global surveillance capability would cost like $1 billion a year. The R&D that we need to do to get magic vaccines and diagnostics and therapeutics, you know, that's less than 100 billion over the next decade. So, you know, if we're rational, yes, the next time we'll catch it early and it won't go global like it did this time.
But I think also that we now have a better health security infrastructure than we did before the pandemic. The ACT accelerator, COVAX are examples. And I think also that many countries in the world know that we need to vaccine more people in order to get out of the pandemic. And that's why we're stepping up to the plate. In Canada, we've provided 200 million vaccines. We've invested $2.6 billion also in treatment and PPE, et cetera. But I think, Bill, that was not ready before the pandemic. We've worked together through our different multilateral institutions. Comfort, you were referring to the African Union as well. I think that multilateralism worked during the pandemic. It's not perfect, but I think we're stronger than before.
Well, I think there's many weaknesses that was exposed, and I think that maybe it worked, but mostly it did not work because there were, until everybody decided now we have to put everything into the goal of getting the vaccine. Then we managed to do it, but that was, for public-private cooperation, for multilateral cooperation, for the big institutions to go together. the EU, other organizations like that, and we get the vaccine in a period of time that was unseen. Nobody could expect us to do that, and that was, I think, one of the best things that happened. But it also explored the weaknesses of the multilateral organization, and I hope now that the Secretary General of the United Nations, he is going to have a summit for the future, and so to see how we can make it more robust, because we cannot go on with these inappropriate way of dealing with the multilateralism. Absolutely not.
In terms of reaching the goal, the WHO's goal of vaccinating 70% of the global population by July of 2022, show of hands on this stage, do we think it's going to happen? Do you think it's going to happen?
What?
To get to vaccination of 70% of the population of the world?
No, it's too late.
Too late.
I mean, there's a lot of diseases out there that demand does not exist for that. I mean, countries should be able to set priorities.
Yeah. I'd love to open up the floor for questions at this point, and Dr. Tedros has joined us and will be giving some closing remarks as soon as we're finished. If you have a question, I believe that we have a microphone that we can give you, which is somewhere near here. Yes, sir. There we
Good moment.
go. Pardon me.
We had a tough time to manage COVID. But good news is we have managed it. Initially, we started vaccination much earlier than other countries. But then we made an arrangement, we paid for AstraZeneca from India. But India had a terrible situation, so they failed to provide the vaccine. Then we're looking for vaccine everywhere, and it was unfortunate. For a few weeks, almost 6 weeks, we had to abandon our vaccination program. Finally, Chinese came forward, and we are lucky they started providing vaccination at a cost. We have to pay for it. Finally, thanks to COVAX, you see, they started coming up. We need a lot of vaccine, not less than 300 million vaccines, because we have around 165 million people. And since we need too much vaccines, not to speak of, the booster, first, and second vaccine, we need a lot. But we face this difficulty. Until today, we got assurance from some of the countries, friendly countries, they would be providing some vaccine for around 1.1 million displaced people, persecuted people of Myanmar who are currently staying in Burma. Unfortunately, that did not come yet. So we hope that those will flow in future. There is during this pandemic, we find there was narrowness among many countries. They were not forthcoming with the vaccine until, of course, the COVAX started giving. Thanks to the COVAX and also Director General who arranged it. My question is, I have two parts. First question is, from the day one, we wanted this vaccine to be a public good, and the technology should be shared with the countries. Till today, many African countries don't have it. If the technology could be shared with us, we have the pharmaceutical expertise, we could produce it. But since this technology is not a public good, and therefore we cannot produce it. So is it going to be, because this is coming up in varieties of ways, in variety of variants, so will it be allowed as a public good and the technology to be shared by the countries that can afford to do it? Second part, of course, and here is the Director General is here, for my Rohingya, you see, they live in a very congested area. They need vaccine, and it's not much. It's around, if you do 2 doses, it's only 2 million vaccines. We are providing from our own, but it's not enough, because we have a large, we brought plenty of vaccine on our own, and thanks to COVAX that we got some. So these are the two questions I have. Thank you. Thank you, Mori.
Bill,
where is he from?
I didn't. India. India, I believe. Bangladesh, excuse me. Bangladesh.
Okay. Well, there's no doubt that given the risk factors of this disease, that vaccinating young people anywhere before we vaccinated older people or people with comorbidities was not a just thing to do. And, you know, it's hard to get the vaccines allocated according to, you know, that risk ordering, which would have been ideal. You know, because of the second source deal that we helped fund with Serum and AstraZeneca, India actually had vaccines, you know, a lot of vaccines very early. And, you know, the rich countries had vaccines early. And so, yes, in the future, there's two solutions. One is to make sure that limited supply is allocated in a more rational way, and there's ways to do that. The second is to just have so much capacity and that you can supply all of mankind 2 doses in a very short period of time. And given this, how easy it is to build very high volume mRNA vaccines, I see the second as more likely. And you can use a mix, but the second one, you know, being able within 6 months to make enough for the world, I think that should be our aspiration.
Do you believe it's possible to prevent the next pandemic?
Say again?
Is it possible to prevent the next pandemic?
Yes, if every country does what Australia did, then you wouldn't be calling it a pandemic. That's all.
Foreign Minister.
Yeah, I would say to your question about this that, I mean, I know the criticism that is in your question, and we hear it often, but actually we have seen the fastest development of a safe and effective vaccine in the history of mankind, and it has been the most significant scale-up of global vaccine production. Actually, it's a tripling of the global outcome of vaccine, and that is under the rules that we have now, and under the criticized TRIPS, for example, that I know that your country is talking about. And I think that if we waiver a proposal, that would not help, because it will take away incentives for the vaccine producers to deliver the vaccine. But what we should do is, of course, that when we have the vaccine done in the way with the market economy, so to speak, is to propose even harder COVAX system, and that everybody takes the responsibility, and that we increase the effectiveness of supporting all countries. I know it's more than 120 countries now that is not having the vaccine in a very high level, but to go that way of wavering or waivers or taking away trips or getting not the producers to get what they need to have. I think that's the wrong way to go, actually. Sorry.
I think you know what I'm going to say. Here's the statistics. 12% of people have been vaccinated in Africa. 71% have been vaccinated in Europe. I mean, that is the stark reality. That is how uneven the process is as well. The one good story, and I just saw your tweet this morning, Dr. Tedros, is that 6 countries in Africa for themselves have now received the technology to now begin to think through about the vaccination on the continent as well. Again, it talks to the resilience of communities realizing that they're not necessarily going to get what they need, and that they can't rely on the traditional multilateral cooperation, which was damaged at the very beginning of COVID because of also the other major power tensions as well. But I think we also need to look at the realities. There really is a divide between what is happening. You asked the question, do we believe that 70% of the people will be vaccinated by 2023? No, and I'm glad that you said so yourself. It's unrealistic because of this crisis that we have within the system. And also, I think we should also be clear, the vaccine diplomacy, using geopolitics as a bargaining chip to decide who gets vaccinated first. Oh, well, because we're not getting what we want from the West, well, then we can turn to Russia, we can turn to China, because the bidding is at a very low base, whereas there are lots of conditions tied, even within the COVAX initiative as well. So I think if if we're going to build back better, I think we really need to rethink the multilateral cooperation. And again, I think the public health system has exposed what we already knew about the weakness and the fragility of that multilateral cooperation.
Yeah, well, you know, Anne mentioned a bit earlier the impacts of the pandemic on terms of social, political, economy, and Comfort mentioned it as well. I think that, you know, the pandemic has an impact on our public health systems and our health systems in general. And we are not done dealing with that yet. Well, we're still vaccinating the world. So we have to also work on the resiliency of health systems in Bangladesh and other countries, because meanwhile there are people on the waiting list that are trying to get surgery and don't necessarily have a spot in the hospital. We're going through this in Canada and many countries, but we know we have to do that as well in different countries of the world.
Panelists, I'm afraid we're going to actually have to wrap it up, but Dr. Tedros is going to offer his assessment of where we are today, I believe, in the next 5 minutes. We could get a microphone for Dr. Tedros, please. Thank you.
Yeah, I would have preferred actually, what do you call it, where I put my paper.
You can sit down.
Would you like to come up?
No. We can add something here, no problem. Please. No. No. Yeah, I can stand here. Just a minute. Yeah, that's it. I will stand here. That's better.
Dr. Tedros, why don't you sit here?
No. I will.
Good. Oh, people want to see you. Yeah?
I was supposed to speak while standing, so.
This is what happens when you're late. Not ready for you.
You can say that.
Yes, okay.
So, Bill, I hope to see you with pants.
Yeah, thank you. No, thank you. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to apologize. I'm very late. It took us 1 hour to get into Munich from Brussels, almost same time from the airport here. We were stuck in a tunnel. I'm really sorry, but I have to apologize. But I'm glad you were with great panelists. Excellencies, colleagues, friends, guten Abend and good evening. And my thanks to Ambassador Ischinger and his team for bringing us together again. I'm sure when we met 2 years ago, when we were all coming to grips with the spread of this new virus, that none of us would have imagined we would now be entering the 3rd year of the pandemic. So, when will it end? Is it ending now? One of the major questions being asked. Indeed, high vaccine coverage in some countries, combined with the lower severity of Omicron, is driving a dangerous narrative that the pandemic is over. But it's not. Not when 70,000 people a week are dying from a preventable and treatable disease. Not when 83% of the population of Africa is yet to receive a single dose of vaccine. Not when health systems continue to strain and crack under the caseload. Not when we have a highly transmissible virus circulating almost unchecked, with too little surveillance to track its evolution. In fact, conditions are ideal for more transmissible, more dangerous variants to emerge. But we can end the pandemic as a global health emergency this year. We have the tools. We have the know-how. In particular, we're calling on all countries to fill the urgent financing gap of $16 billion for the ACT Accelerator to make vaccines, tests, treatments, and PPE available everywhere. Compared with the costs of another year of economic turmoil, $16 billion is frankly peanuts, and some finance ministers called it a rounding error to the money they're losing due to the pandemic. Ending this pandemic must remain our focus. At the same time, we must learn the lessons it's teaching us. As you know, there have been many reviews of the global response to this pandemic with more than 200 recommendations. Taking those recommendations into account, last month's WHO's Executive Board tasked me with developing a set of proposals on strengthening the global architecture for pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response to be considered by all member states at the World Health Assembly in May. In brief, I see three key pillars of that architecture. First, we need stronger governance. I think that has been raised by the panelists. Instead of the confusion and incoherence that has fueled this pandemic, we need cooperation and collaboration in the face of common threats that can address the trust deficit that we have seen. At a special session of the World Health Assembly at the end of last year, WHO's 194 member states agreed to negotiate a new legally binding instrument to set the rules of the game for pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response. WHO also supports the recommendations for heads of state council to provide high-level political leadership for rapid and coordinated action. In our view, such a council must be anchored in the constitutional mandate of WHO to ensure political, strategic, and technical coherence. Second, we need stronger systems and tools to prevent, detect, and respond rapidly to epidemics and pandemics. Already, WHO has taken steps to build some of these systems and tools, including the WHO Hub for Pandemic and Epidemic Intelligence in Berlin, to enhance global surveillance through collaborative intelligence. We are piloting the WHO BioHub system, a new mechanism for countries to share novel biological materials. Several countries are now piloting the Universal Health Preparedness Review, a new peer review mechanism for enhancing national preparedness. We established the ACT Accelerator, which has given us valuable experience and insights into how to fast-track equitable access to countermeasures and to strengthen capacities for local production of vaccines and other health products in low and middle-income countries. We have established the WHO Technology Transfer Hub in South Africa, which has now developed its own mRNA COVID-19 vaccine candidate. Today, we announced the first 6 African countries to receive technology from the hub to produce their own mRNA vaccines: Egypt, Kenya, Nigeria, Senegal, South Africa, and Tunisia. But above all, not only the systems and tools, the central point will be developing the workforce. And that's why the WHO Academy we're building in Lyon, France. And third, we need stronger financing. It's obvious that nationally and globally, we need substantial resources for strengthening global health security. Our analysis estimates the needs at $31 billion per year. We estimate that about $20 billion could come from existing and projected domestic and international resources, leaving a gap of $10 billion per year. To close the gap for the most essential functions, such as surveillance, research, and market shaping for countermeasures, we support the idea of a new dedicated financing facility anchored in and directed by WHO's constitutional mandate, inclusive governance, and technical expertise and installed in the World Bank. Any efforts to strengthen the global health security architecture can only succeed if they also strengthen WHO's role at its center, rather than centering further mechanisms, creating further mechanisms that would only create further fragmentation and potentially leave the world less safe. We especially appreciate Germany's leadership of the Member States Working Group on Sustainable Financing, and we look forward to our continuing discussion with our Member States on ensuring WHO has the resources to meet the world's expectations of it, as well as accountability for delivering against those expectations. Let me return to the question I asked at the beginning: when will the pandemic end? It will end when we choose to end it, because ultimately it's not a matter of chance, it's a matter of choice. Vielen Dank. I thank you. And excuse me again, my apologies for joining you late. Thank you.
Dr. Tedros, one question. Bill says that we could potentially prevent another pandemic if we all act like Australia. Do you agree?
It depends on our choices, of course, and how prepared we are. And we have been saying the world has not been prepared for a long time. And it was caught by surprise due to this pandemic. Still, I don't see that the world is prepared. And I worry because of that, because the investment we expect is not happening. So can a pandemic be prevented in a state like now? I don't think so.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, panelists.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated. The main program will continue momentarily. Ladies and gentlemen, the session is about to start. Please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats now as we're going to start the session. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ivan Krastev, Chairman at the Center for Liberal Strategies.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are moving to the next session. And we continue talking about viruses, but this time in the body politics.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats now as we're going to start the session.
Good. So, ladies and gentlemen, the session that we're going to start now is very much dedicated to the problem of global response to the erosion of democracy. And while on conferences like this, people like to talk about the external threats to democracy, what I have read some times ago is that ships in the ocean do not sink because of the water around them. They sink because of the water that gets into them. So from this point of view, we're going to talk about many of the internal type of problems that democracy faces. And we're in a paradoxical situation in which our societies are not particularly charmed by authoritarian regimes and the power of authoritarianism, but they're quite disillusioned with the way our democracies function. You're going to have three absolutely incredible panelists. So allow me first to start and to give the floor to the German Minister of Defense. And the very fact that the Minister of Defense is going to start the talk about the state of democracy shows is that the problem of resilience is not problem of the resilience of the states, but the resilience of societies. Please, Minister Lambrecht.
Exzellenzen, meine sehr geehrten Damen und Herren, unser Bundespräsident hat es am
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen,
vergangenen Sonntag
last Sunday, just after his re-election, our federal president made a memorable point directed at Russia and President Putin. He said, "Do not underestimate the strength of democracy." At a moment of great tension and concern, the German president reminded us of the power that we have because we live in a democracy, a power that does not come from the barrel of a gun or from blunt posturing, a power founded on our open and pluralist society, a power that comes from the ability of free citizens to choose their own representatives and also to remove them from office. It is this power that unites us when we are under threat. Faced with the threatening situation in Ukraine and the pressure on our eastern neighbors, we, the democratic states, have closed ranks. We are acting with great unity and resolve. This applies to the European Union, which is not just an economic community, but above all a community of values. And it applies to NATO, an alliance that creates security by wielding military power, but whose true strength stems from its inner values. It's about freedom, democracy, and justice. And these values must be defended against violence and tyranny by military means if need be. Ladies and gentlemen, speaking about security here in Munich, We should always remember that democracy gives us power and security. Democracy protects, yet it must itself be protected, with resolve and resilience. Recent figures prove that democracy is in need of protection. According to analysts from The Economist newspaper, only 6.4% of all people on this planet live in a full-fledged democracy. Compare that to 37% who live under authoritarian rule. In this study, Germany is among the 21 countries who live in a full democracy. And of course that makes us proud. But much more important is that it reminds us of our own strength. And it reminds us of the responsibility we bear as Democrats. We need to be able to do more than just defend ourselves. We also need to help others who are striving for freedom, self-determination and democracy. Germany, as a member of NATO, is committed to both, to defending itself and to helping others. The many deployments abroad that we carry out with our partners are impressive evidence of this. We Germans are all too aware of the fragility of freedom, justice and peace, not only out there in the world, but only here at home. For this reason, we have fortified our armed forces against the enemies of democracy by providing them with a clear set of values based on a concept of soldiers who not only fight and defend the freedom of their fellow citizens, but who are free citizens themselves. And I am determined to defend these inherent values of the Bundeswehr against all those who oppose them, against right-wing extremists and conspiracy theorists, against reactionaries and troublemakers who spread confusion and suffer from historical amnesia. The task of the Bundeswehr is to safeguard our democracy, and one of its key strengths is that it practices the values it fights for. Ladies and gentlemen, at all levels, Germany's security policy is based on the interplay of security and democracy. We will therefore thoroughly evaluate the operations of the German armed forces in future. On the one hand, we do that to ensure that we are accomplishing our military missions, but on the other hand, we want to ensure that our operations always remain fully in line with our values. Who and what are we fighting for? Are we going about it the right way? How can military force be used to bring more peace, freedom and justice to the world in the medium to long term and to make it a better place? German democracy places heavy demands on its armed forces operations abroad. We do not fight for prestige or the greatness of our nation. We do not train as if war were business like mercenaries do. Our servicemen and women are Democrats and serve democracy. This is their guiding principle, and it also applies to the mission in Mali, for example. That is why we are keeping a close eye on the behavior of those currently in power there. It is true that a stable Sahel region without terrorism is in Germany's interests, but it is also in our interest to support those who respect human rights and strive for democracy. Ladies and gentlemen, the enemies of democracy may believe that security is always a question of power. We do not share that view. We know what our president means when he invokes the strength of democracy. We know that true power lies in the values we hold. And values are more powerful than weapons alone. And now I look forward to our discussion.
Thank you very much. And the minister has two absolutely incredible persons to discuss with. And allow me to invite to the podium the Greek Prime Minister, Mr. Mitsotakis, and the Speaker of the American Congress, Nancy Pelosi. I feel very privileged because the previous time when I had the chance to moderate Mrs. Pelosi, she was just the leader of the minority. and now there was a change. But allow me to start with the question, and my question is to the Greek Prime Minister, because we have been for the last 5-6 years all the time talking about populism, the sources of populism, why people vote for these leaders. But it's much more interesting for understanding the strengths of democracy is to see the fate of the post-populist governments. In a certain way, from this point of view, Greek is a very interesting story. You remember 10 years ago, basically, people were talking about Greece as a country that cannot recover its democracy after the financial crisis, that people has lost their trust in democracy. So talking about democratic resilience, I do believe that the Greek Prime Minister is the person to tell us a story that probably everybody wants to hear.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Ivan, for that introduction. Indeed, if I take you back 11 years to 2010, Greece faced a massive financial crisis, which led to multiple bailout programs, the impoverishment of a significant segment of Greek society, an austerity imposed from abroad, and significant resentment by the Greek population, directed both against domestic elites, the domestic political class, but also against those that were considered rightly or wrongly responsible for the austerity measures that we had to endure. The result was that in 2015, we elected probably the first populist government in Europe. We were ahead of the trend at the time. It was a hard left government that actually formed a coalition with a party that was to the right of the party I represent. Interestingly enough, that sometimes when it comes to populism, ideology is not such an important factor. And at the time, they were elected because they clearly promised a set of solutions that everybody knew was impossible to implement, but people were willing to give them a chance because they completely mistrusted the old political establishment. And what happened since was we had 4 years of, and I think I'm being kind, very mediocre government. And then in 2019, Greeks decided to elect the party I have the privilege of leading into power with an absolute majority. And I think the reason we reached that point was exactly because at the end of the day, our democracy and our institutions were resilient. We are a well-functioning democracy. I think there were attempts at the time by the previous government to control independent media, to influence justice, but our institutions held up. Our constitutional court held up when the previous government tried to pass a legislation that was deemed unconstitutional in terms of control of the media. They rejected it. So we had an institutional foundation that was strong enough to prevent a populist government from capturing power and winning again, because my theory is that these governments become very dangerous, and they can become dangerous for democracy if they win a second election. And we managed to avert that. But at the end of the day, it all comes down to delivering results. I think since we won, we listen to the grievances of people. The worst thing you can do as a politician fighting the populists is to believe that the reasons why the populists are elected in the first place are all wrong. That's not the case. There was injustice, there was inequality, there was corruption in Greece, and one needs to understand that these grievances are reasonable, and we also need to make our own self-criticism that elites don't always, get it right, and we also need to change course. And at the end of the day, it's all about delivering results. We're still quite popular as a government because we did essentially what we promised to do, which is strange. Because the experience in Greece was always that you get elected and then you do the exact opposite. So when you do what you promise to do, people are, I think, pleasantly surprised. So it is about, at the end of the day, institutional resilience. It is about democratic maturity. But not many people would have placed a bet, maybe even 5 years ago, that Greece would have turned the page. It has turned the page now. It has turned the page for good. And I think we are a more resilient democracy now, because exactly we went through this very turbulent, a very difficult, very painful period. We managed not only to survive, but I think we're stronger now. We're stronger economically, but we're also stronger institutionally and democratically.
Thank you very much. And by the way, political scientist Stephen has noticed this. The rise of populism has increased the trust in democracy in many of societies which went through a populist cycle. Because in a certain way, people felt empowered, something that was quite important coming from the Munich report. If you have the feeling that you can change nothing, you lost trust in the system. If you change in the wrong way, at least you have the capacity of self-correction.
You can self-correct.
And from this point of view, it's important. But then I want to go to the Speaker of the American Congress, because there is one thing that really, the question I always wanted to ask you, because you're experiencing this on an everyday basis. If you read the opinion polls, everybody in the United States is ready to defend democracy. The only problem is that many people believe that the biggest threat of democracy is the other party winning elections. So how political polarization is changing our understanding of democracy, and what is your response to a situation in which basically attack on democracy is not coming from forces which declare themselves being anti-democratic, but attack on democracy is people who basically say that what they're doing is simply defending democracy. So please.
Thank you, Ivan. It's nice to be back with you again. Madam Minister, thank you for your strong and inspiring words. It's an honor to be with you. Mr. Prime Minister, thank you, Mr. Ambassador, for giving me the privilege to be on this panel, this particular panel, because we're talking about democracy when Greece will be celebrating the 100th anniversary of democracy in Greece.
200.
200.
Last year, yeah.
200. So, again, appropriate subject, honored. But also, let us salute once again, every chance we get, the ambassador for his great leadership of the Munich Security Conference. For all of those years, we're deeply in your debt, anyone who cares about freedom and security. Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. Let me just back up from your premise. First of all, the idea of democracy is about freedom of speech, freedom of expression. It's about having respect for other people's views. And the first thing I want to do is to say how happy we're all to be here to join with other countries and the unity of the NATO alliance, the transatlantic alliance, so important to us. And I want to acknowledge our members of our delegation who are here. If you can stand up, and that's an applause line. We have probably, with the, there's another delegation here too, mostly the Senate, but some House members. We're about 40 members of Congress present at this conference, and I hope that's an indication to you of the importance we place on it, the value that it has for all of us who care about security, which is essential to freedom, as you discussed. In terms of elections and what supports a democracy, I don't think any of us over time who ran for Congress ever came with the idea that we were running for Congress and we needed to win because it would save democracy. We had our points of view about the role of government, and my purpose was children. You've heard me say, you got to take a punch for the children, throw a punch for the children. But that's, you have enough confidence in what you believe, enough humility to listen and respect other people's views. That was how we think about democracy. And as far as the Republicans are concerned, I tell the Republicans I know, and I do know some, take back your party. This isn't who you are. Because, Yvonne, the fact is, in this election, democracy is on the ballot. I would never have said that before, but after January 6th and the events and legislation that have passed around the country to suppress the vote, to nullify elections, well, that is democracy. When you just decide to nullify an election, then you are undermining the basic principle, the sanctity of the vote that is democracy. So this time, I would say, and I don't want to tattoo my views onto my colleagues, but speaking as Speaker of the House and protecting the prerogatives of the House of Representatives as a temple of democracy, I would say this time Doesn't have to be that way. The Republicans still have a chance to nominate people who are not there to undermine the sanctity of the vote, to nullify the election. What you saw on January 6th was an assault on the Capitol, the temple of democracy, in our view. Terrible, but worse, an attack on the Congress, worse, an attack on the Constitution of the United States. A day, that Wednesday was the day designated by the Constitution to implement the peaceful transfer of power from one administration to the next. The people who went there, who were incited to go there, came to get the boxes with the certifications so that that could not happen. That undermines democracy. So if that's what's on the ballot, then democracy is on the ballot to defeat that. But it shouldn't be, we've never had that thought, if we don't win, democracy is hurt. No, except now, because of what was said there. But instead of that, I mean, the point is that we're there to make sure that democracy has more transparency, that people have trust. That one of the reasons they were going after us is because we wanted to end big, dark, special interest money in politics. We wanted to stop the suppression of the vote and the nullification of elections. And that's part of the assault they have on us. But transparency, accountability, we've heard those words before in this conference, very important to democracy. I would just say that just erasing all party differences, just to say we must all believe that the most important thing we can do to strengthen our democracy is to have trust, that the people trust the system, that they trust the system in that they know that their interests are being served, that there is accountability. Another thing I would say in the world, you know, beyond our own countries, is that we must end corruption if we're going to restore trust and confidence in our system, whether it's our economic system or electoral system. And if we do that, if we stop that big dark money and if we increase civility in our process, guess what will happen? Many more women will be in positions of power. And this is very wholesome. Nothing is more wholesome than that for democracy and governance. And that also means people of color, whether they're women or not, young people, and the rest. So rather than debating whether we think, with all due respect to your question, Yvonne, what we'd like to be thinking about is how do we strengthen democracy? How can we do it in a nonpartisan way? How can we do it to be an example to the world? And how can we do it working together? The beauty of the EU and the NATO alliance is that we are, well, at least upon entry, we were democracies, and some weakening of the system there in some places. But in any event, the trust, reduce the role of money. I hear that from every place I go. I speak at colleges all over the world. What are you doing to reduce the role of big, dark money in politics? That's what our legislation does in the Congress that we would hope could pass the Senate. So no, I don't think that, except for this time when they have placed the democracy on the ballot, that we ever believed that we had to win in order for democracy to be protected.
Thank you very much. And you put the problem of trust, and I want to go to the minister, because one of the interesting things that I noticed during the COVID crisis is that, by the way, the populist parties did not benefit from the COVID crisis, but mistrust has been deepened. And for you, particularly in a position of a Minister of Defense, trust is critical. People should trust what they're telling them happening in places which they don't know. How many of your voters have ever visited Donbass? So from this point of view, I'm very much interested, seeing from the perspective of somebody who should not simply take decisions which are going to be very tough in a situation of a high tensions on international level, but how ready are our people to trust after these 2 very difficult years of COVID and coming and restrictions and what works, what does not work. Because just give you one figure, just recently, European Council on Foreign Relations did a survey in some of the EU member states. Majority of people of all these countries believe that there's going to be a war between Russia and Ukraine till the end of the year. Just several years ago, this was impossible type of a polling. Europeans didn't believe that war can happen in Europe. So this is my question to you on the trust issue, and particularly being a Minister of Defense of a democratic country with a very strong pacifist public opinion, how it's easy to function and to convince people to do things that till yesterday for them was just not part of this world.
Thank you very much for this question, and I love to answer it against the background of my experience that I had during my last term. I used to be minister responsible for justice back then, and during the pandemic times, it was very important and has been very important to work against fake news and make it clear what the facts are like, so that our citizens were able to obtain information on all the developments. And after all, it was all new. I mean, every single one of us basically did not know that much about the COVID-19 pandemic. We were unprepared, surprised, and we also had to rely on the fact that the information that we obtained was also a proper foundation for political decisions. And that is why it's so important to make sure that any attacks from populists, those self-proclaimed lateral thinkers, conspiracy theories, that these attacks are made transparent and visible to the public at large. So it's very important for us in our democracies to speak up and stand up for democracy, and also to make sure any attacks on the democratic system are made transparent. And this is very much on my mind as the Ministry for Defense, because of course we're talking about conventional attacks also, quite clearly so, but all these attacks, misinformation, lack of information, and also the attempt at destabilizing countries and trying to widen the gap between EU states, NATO member states, that's a major risk, and this is something that we're facing right now. And that is why it's very important to vet and review all your sources, to exchange information, and to not just come up with some woolly information. Make it very clear that citizens will understand our decisions. And we managed to do that, even if we have had a very small minority that was very loud during the pandemic, shouting that we are the people. No, they were not the people. That was just a small, loud minority, a very small, very loud minority, but nevertheless they tried to create the impression as if they were a majority. So every piece of information really has to be reviewed most intensively before you use it as a basis for your information. That's so important, and especially when we're talking about decisions that, for example, might result in military operations. So anyone who jumps the gun there, anyone who does not decide on the basis of facts will make huge political response, and you would have to be accountable for that.
Thank you very much. Talking about conspiracy theories, I very much feel at home because I'm Bulgarian, and probably we have more conspiracy theories per person than any other place in the world. But importantly, here comes also the problem of technology, because conspiracy theories have been around for a long time, but now they run faster. And people basically can be infected much quicker. So I know that in the room we have the president and vice chair of Microsoft, and because I want to open to the audit, I'm very much interested, Mr. Smith, where this relations, democracy, technology, democratic resilience, how you see it.
Well, no, thank you. And thanks for the opportunity, and I think the defense minister defined this well. We all have to keep in mind the fragility of freedom if we're going to defend democracy well. And I think we have to recognize that we do live in a time, unfortunately, where democracy is under threat. And technology is playing a role in magnifying that threat. One of the challenges for conspiracy theories is that they're fueled not only domestically, but frankly from abroad and from nation states as well. And when we look back at 2021, it was a year that unfortunately showed that it was easier to invent a vaccine than to persuade people to use it. And when we study what happened, one of the things that we see in bold relief is that part of the problem was, in fact, a nation-state-sponsored disinformation campaign to persuade people, in part, that American vaccines, among others, were not safe or effective. And when we look back at the American election of 2016 or the year since, if we look at what is happening in American politics today, or we look at the spread of disinformation about Ukraine in the last month, we increasingly can see the presence of nation-state sponsorship that is fueling domestic disinformation as well. In fact, at Microsoft, as we've analyzed the recent trends, we've seen in the United States alone, in the last month, over 400 million page views from documented disinformation sites, often hosted outside the United States. If they were combined into a news organization, they would be the fourth largest news organization in the United States. And so part of what we're going to have to do to defend our democracies is work together to defend against this. Technology is fueling it, and we'll need technology to help stop it, specifically in 4 ways. We have to do better in detecting it. If you look at how the private and public sectors have advanced over the last 5 years to detect nation-state cyber attacks, even of the sort we've seen in the last few weeks, we're able to detect them in a matter of minutes or hours. But when we see nation-state-sponsored disinformation, we're still working at a much slower pace. And it will take governments and, among others, tech companies to come together. Second, I think we're going to have to bring to disinformation some of what we've deployed in other forms of cyber threats to disrupt these kinds of cyber attacks. The reality is that disinformation relies on a technology ecosystem to host websites, to direct traffic, in fact, to pay for the websites themselves with the use of advertising. But as we understand the problem better, we can work together to address it. Third, I think we need to step back and look at what it's going to take to defend against these threats. And if there's one thing that the domestic and foreign disinformation campaigns have in common, they're taking advantage of the weakness, the fragility of democracy at a time when traditional journalism has been in decline. In fact, when we analyze disinformation trends in the United States, we are seeing that the content is being consumed at a disproportionate pace in the parts of the country that have seen newspapers disappear. That's not a surprise. And we need to figure out how to revitalize traditional journalism, which rightly should always be considered, I think, the fourth pillar of democracy. And finally, we're going to need new steps to deter these kinds of efforts, to come together to define new international norms and work to defend them. So I think all of the problems that you all have described come together at, unfortunately, this nexus of technology first making it worse. Now we have to figure out how to harness technology to fight back against it.
Thank you very much. And if somebody wants to react, please, Mr. Mintzberg.
I think Brad made extremely valid points about the very quick spread of disinformation and how difficult it is to identify the source of them. I just want to add another dimension to the connection between technology and democracy, because I'm afraid that when we talk about this topic, we almost immediately think of disinformation about social media platforms. There's another dimension and another more positive story. And taking a cue from what the speaker said about, fighting corruption and increasing transparency, technology can be invaluable in terms of simplifying the interaction between the state, citizens, and businesses. In Greece, the most successful reform it has sort of 80% approval across parties has been the digitization of the state and the ability to interact seamlessly without human interaction, which frequently can be a source of petty corruption. And this has really, it has increased the trust in the state because we deliver we respect people's time. We don't have them, come in for unnecessary bureaucratic procedures, and it is a completely different way of rewiring the way the public administration works. So let us not forget in this debate about technology and democracy, there's also another side, a very positive story. I can tell you these solutions can be implemented very quickly, relatively cheaply, and the benefit in terms of time saved for citizens, but also the benefits in terms of transparency are just huge.
Yeah, thank you.
You used the word fragility twice. You used it in your opening sentence, and you referenced Madam the Defense Minister's comments. And I just happen to have a quote from a Republican that says, and his name is Ronald Reagan, and he said, "Freedom is a fragile thing, and it's never more than one generation away from extinction. It is ours by way of it is not ours by way of inheritance. It must be fought for and defended constantly by each generation." So you and Ronald Reagan and I are in agreement on the fragility of it. I was surprised to see you here and to hear your question, not your question as a surprise, but to put it in the perspective of, I've read your book. Brad Smith wrote a book, Tools and Weapons, just the contrast of what social media is. And the fact is there are many good things, as the Prime Minister has said, that spring from all of that. But there's some very, very dangerous things that have sprung from companies deciding, social media platforms deciding, that their business model was more important than our democracy. The foreign money coming in, paid for by rubles, you would think they would know it's from Russia, to Facebook in the election of 2016, was a stunning intervention into our election. But all along, we have seen, whether it's about the pandemic and the rest, other misinformation out there. So as the Defense Minister said, you have to check it out. You have to make sure people know what is real, what the facts are. It doesn't mean you can't have a disagreement about one thing or another. That's the democratic way. But it does mean that if for-profit, these platforms are using what it could be a blessing, and in many ways can be, but is the danger that it poses, where people who are subjected to the danger. 2 million people became members of QAnon on Facebook because they gravitate toward people who think the way they do. That's the way it is on the internet. That doesn't sound like a bad thing, except if it's QAnon, and that is a bad thing. And yet, they knew the danger of their algorithms, and they wouldn't stop it. So again, Congress will act, but it really is up to, and if you say this in your book, you have to have some regulation, but you have to have something coming from the industry itself, which knows probably better than any of us how to clean up its act when it comes to all of that. So it was foreign intervention into our elections. It was defiance of science in our fighting a pandemic, whether it was mask using or vaccinations or whatever it happened to be. But this is a big challenge for us as we go forward. Again, I come back to my favorite subject, for the children. Children are greatly exposed in the social media, and it's a dangerous situation. We should all be taking more responsibility. Now, one thing we probably will look at, and revise is Section 230 of the Telecommunication Code, more than you want to know on the subject about our code in the United States. But the glory of it all, the glory that it could be of people communicating in so many ways, telemedicine, distance learning, families and communicating with each other, learning of so many things about the world, even as in a formal education. It's a beautiful prospect. But I advise all of you to read Brad Smith's book, Tools and Weapons.
This was commercial.
I didn't know it was going to be here, so this is not a setup.
Thank you so much. And before going to the minister, I really want to stress something that comes both from the speaker and from Prime Minister. Because what always strikes me is when we talk about disinformation, nobody believes that he himself is a victim of disinformation. Everybody believes that disinformation, this is the reason why others do not agree with you. Even in a world in which there is no disinformation, in democracy people differ. What you say, they have different values, they have different perspective, but it's critically important to know that people are making their differences on the basis of the objective information of what is happening in the world. And from this point of view, how to fight disinformation without demonizing any difference as a result of disinformation, in my view, is also one of the important challenges. And I'm very much interested how your minister sees these relations between technology and democracy.
As Minister of Justice, I was well known for consistently acting against hatred, harassment, and fake news on the internet. It was important to me that the freedom of opinion be protected, and that as a consequence of this, there have to be clear limits, not when it comes to different opinions, as long as they are based on facts. That's not an issue. But as soon as lines are crossed with regard to crimes or also definitive fake news, the state has to react. And in that context, I was often asked whether the internet was more a curse or a blessing to me. And I'd like to repeat it. It's a blessing because it contributed to a democratization of knowledge. Today, everybody in this world has access to all sources of knowledge, which is a blessing. It is a democratic movement. We've seen this in different centuries. Whenever people have access to knowledge, this translates into something that's positive, further development. This is a blessing for democracies. Now it is up to us to ensure that this stays like that it's not technology that becomes a problem, but the people who use technology wrong, who use it to either start attacks, to destabilize, to rattle societies. That's our task, not to fight technology, but the way people wrongly use it. This morning, I checked out Twitter because there was a shitstorm because a state minister in Germany said something wrong, and somebody said, how nice was it when Twitter was only used by nerds, by a couple of interested nerds? That's not true. The whole world uses it today, and it's good that this is the way it is. And it's our task now to set rules, to set regulations. And in these times, it is important to have credible, neutral organizations that counter fake news, that identify them, that don't tell the individual, you're stupid because you became a victim of it. No, that just disclose the facts. Don't judge it. Just assess it and say, this is definitely wrong, can be proven by this and that source. Fact-checking. And with that, you reach out to people who still are open-minded. There are always going to be people who are captured in their theories that you will never be able to get them out anymore. But you can reach out to the majority. And that's our responsibility, to ensure that these independent, accepted institutions exist to counter this. And if if we're honest, it took too long for us to recognize this, to recognize what this technology could be used for, because everybody was so happy that everybody could reach everybody else and get information and communicate. And it took a certain amount of time to understand this. So this is now a reaction to something that, with a little bit of a lag time, happen, but it has to happen, and it has to happen at all levels and using all of the possibilities that we have. I can't pass a law against fake news, because what is fake news? We tried to do this at the European level, and we discussed it so often. We have the Digital Services Act, and we want to establish some rules here, but I always say, how can I prohibit fake news? I first have to define it. Explaining it, educating people is the right tool, but this needs to be done in a very consistent way. You should never say, this is just a few crazies who say that. The danger that exists, because many people are prone to that kind of news, needs to be understood, and we need to invest in countering that.
Thank you very much. We have an opportunity for 2 or 3 quick questions, and I very much try to see if somebody is interested to enter this conversation. Please.
The woman.
Eva. By the way, in late socialism, our idea of democracy was it's society in which people speak publicly what they speak in their kitchens. But then we realized that what people speak in their kitchens is not exactly also the way you're running society. Yeah.
Thank you, Ivan, and thank you to the panelists this evening. Speaker Pelosi, you spoke about trust. You started talking about trust, and then I'm very glad that the topic of technology kind of very naturally came into that discussion. You mentioned the events of January 6th, elections of 2020, and what struck me at some point, you said Congress will act. But can you be a little bit more specific when it comes to digital legislation? Where do you think Congress should act, perhaps? Because very often Europeans are the ones that are being accused that we as policymakers, I'm a member of the European Parliament, are the ones that overregulate, seen from an American perspective or an American company perspective, so to say. But technology is crucial to our democratic values, after all, and I think this panel very well demonstrated that. So when we speak about the future of democracy, it's linked to the development of technologies. So your views on where would Congress possibly legislate will be very important for us to hear. Thank you.
Well, this is something, again, the European Union is ahead of us in privacy legislation, and that's part of one of the aspects we have to address. But before I go there, and I'm so glad that you have a woman asking a question. I was rooting for that earlier. With all due respect to you, Brad, just a couple things, and I think I hesitate to say this, but I think I must. When you say, and I completely agree with you, Madam Minister, that we shouldn't be thinking less of people because they believe something that we know not to be true, and it's really not a matter of opinion, it's a fact that you have to remember that many of the people in our country were victimized by the President of the United States. When the President of the United States says something, his words, or hers to be, his words weigh a ton. So when people fall for it, it's really not as much their responsibility. It's not, well, you said this and the President said that. Most people tend to believe what the President of the United States says, at least if it's a president of their own party. So this was not just any disrespect for anybody not thinking the way we do or falling for something they shouldn't. This was about a President of the United States who, with his words, incited an insurrection to interfere with the peaceful transfer of power. Up until that time, he was telling people they didn't have to get vaccinated, they shouldn't be wearing masks, mocking science. So anti-science and anti-governance, We don't believe in science that you should be vaccinated or have a mask. And we don't believe that government should tell us or suggest to us that that would be a good place, because the president is telling us something different. So not that everybody should be absolved from believing him, but he is the president of the United States. So may you never confront that as you weigh the equities of, let's just try to convince them otherwise. If it's the president or the prime minister of your country, it's harder to do because people have a tendency to believe what they want to believe anyway. The question about what we do in Congress, that's under discussion. We have legislation that has passed out of the Judiciary Committee in the House of Representatives. Some have come out of the Senate Judiciary Committee. We'll come together and do that. But something that Minister said is very important. We respect the right to people's right to speak. You know, how do you make adjustments respectful of the First Amendment, but nonetheless careful about the exploitation of all of that on the internet? So we're on a path. We have legislation. Mr. Cicilline has some. Some people object to that. The industry, as you can just imagine, is not eager for us to do anything, but hopefully we'll come to a place that gets the job done. But it is definitely. Now, I myself have been an advocate to change Section 230 for a long time. I think that probably has a chance because others think that way in a bipartisan way. But this legislation will have to be bipartisan, bicameral, and it should be happening. It should be happening soon. But one other point I want to make, because you really have to read Brad's book, because you talked about going back a long time when people communicated. Well, he starts with when people learned how to talk, and then they learned how to write, and then they wrote books, but not really printed. And then came Gutenberg and libraries and all of that. So the whole respect for communication is something that is a treasure to us. But as you said, the internet just exploded in such a very positive way, and it has its ups and downs, but it certainly is something that we don't want that to ever go away.
Thank you very much. We're at the end of our time. I don't believe this is the end of the conversation about the resilience of democracy. But let's see, in 3 sentences, summarize what I heard from your side, and I found this very interesting. You say the most important for the German army is to understand that they're not simply defending German state, but German democracy. And starting with the president, and in my view, this is critically important. And then, basically, Speaker, you said there are moments in which democracy is on ballot, and not one or the other party. It's a rare moment in history, but they exist. And then, of course, I do believe that the most optimistic message comes from the Greek Prime Minister, who said there is life after populism, so we should enjoy it. Thank you.
Even, may I just follow up on what you said? Because it is on the ballot, but that is not the purpose of the election. The election is about results for the American people, for us. We don't campaign and say democracy's on the ballot. We're talking about their kitchen table concerns. Are they going to be able to feed their families, educate their children, pay the rent, pay the utility bill, and the rest of that? It's about, I talked about trust and accountability and transparency, but it's about results. So elections are about results and what it means in people's lives. Motivation is about all of that first and foremost, but we also have a responsibility to make sure that we protect our democracy. But I don't want you to think that that's a campaign. No, the campaign is what it means at the kitchen table of American working families. And our caucus is very diverse. We take great pride in our House caucus. Over 70% women, people of color, LGBTQ. It's a beautiful sight to behold. And a variety of opinions, generational, geographic, ethnic, everything you can name, right, Barbara Lee, who's worked on all these issues. But But what unifies us as a party is our values, and our value is about America's working families. So that is the message we talk about, is for the people, lower costs, bigger paychecks, cleaner government.
Thank you very much. And listen, I'm sure that nobody of you doubt that on the panel you have 3 persons who know what elections are about, because they know how to win them. So thank you very much.